as we are once again alive upon the internet. I'm forgetting to use my voice before I actually start speaking here. But yeah, it's fine. Wow, I'm low today. Yeah, let's make sure everything's looking as it should with bit rates and titles. Although I kept the same title as yesterday, just for laziness sake, because yeah, we're gonna be basically doing the same thing. So some cheating, some shooting, and maybe even some looting. And yeah, let's jump in. One thing I messed around with yesterday after the stream a little bit is just on the XP or just running the guy and also getting some of the journey stuff. And it does turn out, yeah, Shroud plus Overdags. Eclipse applies as well, actually, turns out. Seems to be the way to go. The only thing to really mess around with is trying to get to a point where we so on the different difficulty it scales differently, the guy. So I was expecting actually difficulty to not matter for the guy, for our companion, but turns out it does. And Hater Saw, and Hater Jaden. But yeah, let's play around a little bit first. Let's have a look at Turgitids. Could see myself roaming that. Could see myself roaming this. Need some chest parts. Although we could try to just get into a fight with some of those guys. Yeah. Conies and plazas there. And when I finished all my weeklies. Outcast Agitation, I see. Let's and again, not bugged out here. Let's take it to no directives for a second. We won't care too much about XP for the time being. Wouldn't mind also reaching season 100 at some point. Just to get her done, and then we can take the winter light as well and put that on a character. While I'm here, right, this guy has a bunch of the keys. They're fine. Maybe on some of the other characters, there's a bunch of keys in there as well that we need to claim. Let's let's so yeah, I'm curious about this. Let's mess around for because I was thinking yesterday as well. So the Eclipse backpack applies as well to our guy. Kind of curious actually on heroic if we can actually make him be a little bit decent. Although I can't. That would just be the downside, yeah. Can't have like the Iron Lung. Just to mess around with for a sec. Shred. Oh, we could just stick something else in the master slot actually. Overdogs. Although we could actually give up the chest, that might make more sense actually. Because we don't care about the spread, and we can just foam some enemies. Or she doesn't have a chest yet. A spare one in here? I don't think so yet. No unit would be around here-ish, so... Do I have enough to craft a few? Might be handy to just already get these done. And I'm doing pretty good there, Jaden. Thanks for asking. Although, well, we're just getting started, so... But today will go pretty long later on as well. Let's make sure this goes over here. I'm gonna jump into some spreadsheets again. And yeah, especially beacon will be the priority for today. I wouldn't mind actually later on in the evening and maybe recording even some beacon or the beacon video. I have enough to craft too. See if we get lucky. Would you go striker self equalizer or striker equalizer overdogs? Overdogs overall. Overdogs, well, it kind of depends what you're specifically doing. There are specific situations where it will matter, and it will be like if overdogs doesn't apply to like if you're doing a raid fight. But the way I'm gonna set up strikers is basically also as well salvo isn't per se in striker, at least isn't actually the choice, at least not the choice I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna go equalizer and a unit glove, and then basically I can directly swap the unit glove to overdogs. So the unit will, you know, if overdogs is just going to be inactive for the whole fight, it's going to be about 8%-ish ahead. But that also means that it's like 22% behind when overdogs is active. But overdogs kind of smeared over just the mission. You know, if you're just doing a mission or doing some activities and stuff, overdogs is going to be like way higher on average. Because overdogs is just super big for a lot of stuff. Let's actually, yeah, let's see on heroic actually how this works out for us. This is basically a build just super buffing our dude, our ally, so that he can maybe get some kills in. Already yesterday it kind of worked for getting some of the journey parts in, of like getting the companion. So actually it turns out as well, yeah, so this multi-kills with Spearhead active, this is specifically his multi-kills. Like he needs to get a multi-kill, which is easiest to do with the rocket launcher, but then yeah, with these bonuses it helps a little. Sure, we should try getting some tech line turret kills as well. But yeah, I got a bunch of like these done just pretty quickly, like the abilities thing. Oh, actually, so I have 7 completely done. Actually, I didn't notice. Leaving basically the leveling. It's weird that this is showing done because I'm not done, right? Or am I done with this guy? I'm not done with this guy. Oh, I guess I leveled him up. Maybe it counts separate characters actually and stuff. Let's actually go with the tech line. Let's see about getting some of those turret kills. We just track it as well, if that's what we're doing. Although, yeah, we have it done. But, because we can claim it already. We just need 6 out of 8, but I want to have everything done, of course. And then this, maybe we'll make foam for now. One thing I found as well is just, yeah, if you foam the guy, just to set it up for the... Should I actually go technician here as well? Well, actually, yeah, the yellow would work out better because if I'm forced to hold the shroud anyway. Take that guy out of the equation. Still have enough to murder. Okay, could you? Just fire. Just fire. No? You don't want to just fire? And actually with the foam out, you can actually even still target enemies by just aiming the foam at them. Other than, yeah, I think now I understand why people were talking about the reviving thing. In comparison to some of these, yeah. So, guy? Come over here. No. Okay. Go. Go. They need to just make it forcefully. Put your turret out. You didn't put your turret out, and you did still eat the thing. And now we're both dead. Good job. So why doesn't the turret fire? Is it firing? Oh, there's firing. Oh, the turret's damage. Ah, that might not be affected by what I'm holding, maybe. Just shoot. Hey. Leaving you. Yeah, let's maybe try actually the revive method. Although, aren't you forced to wait then 30 seconds? Because if you die, this guy does nothing, right? So I have to wait 30 seconds per 15, then this is faster. That's one, maybe if you have a better engineer. Not that one. I think the yellow one worked out better, actually. I'm not shooting myself anyway. Here I was like, well, maybe we take it with the underlying and CC with that and stuff and do our own damage, but was this lady just holding an imagined baby. Rigor mortis set in real quick. But yeah, people get, you know, stiff when they die, but it's maybe a little ridiculous. Let's give this a little bit more of a try. Because yeah, with that other one I could also, actually I could take a jammer pulse here instead of that revive. Because if we have a active status effect on the enemies, he also gets that. Well, as well, the assault was a little bit more consistent with just getting kills in. Because this guy is way worse at it. I really should have made that just... Go. So she should just listen to me. Oh, he's in... Yeah, you know what? Oh, no, I can't do that either. Let's just... Just kill me. Just kill me so I can reset. Because he's stuck in that fight. And it might be still, yeah, it's easier on normal, isn't it? Just because I can survive more easily. Thing is, the guy gets scaled as well with difficulty. So actually for our ally, it doesn't per se matter what difficulty we're on. Although we should try, maybe the scaling isn't per se linear, so it might be better off on hard or something. Well, let's try one more heroic thing here. Just to get a little bit more of a feel. And this time this guy not getting caught up in every street fight we run past. Full up on resources. Did they already execute one? Because the last time I was here, oh no. Somewhere over there, okay. Oh, yeah, so, Mr. Engineer Man, how about you go over there? And how about you engage her? Shoot. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, we have that going on now, right? Although, well, it's basically fine either way because either the overdogs is active or the shroud. Should actually check if the blacklist there works in a similar way as well. Gotta go to 0 tier. Ah, yeah, I should just go get technician. I'm not using firewall in a real sense. This guy sucks at killing. Is your turret any better? This insta... Actually, I should have something else than that. Obliterate on the chest there. Kill them. See, you can do it. You can do it. There you go. Who's a good boy? Not you. You're not a good boy. You're in fact the worst boy. At least crawl to... Well, I mean, he doesn't have the AI for that. I keep forgetting I have tools to help. Shoot. Actually, yeah, so for this, I need to have people, I need to have engineers that don't have the grenade perks or anything, because it's so much worse when they try to throw a grenade than just shooting. That way you can just take that ability away from them. That's still funny that I'm one-shot headshotting. Oh, they are here lowest and highest tier. So okay, this should actually be the hardest this guy can hit. Oh, he has optimal range as well. Just do what I say. Reconsider that. I gave you a direct command. I feel the mutiny tagline is more for us. They're mutinying against us. You just go where I told. That wasn't where I told you to go. There you go. Now shoot this guy. There you go. Good boy. We'll bet you with a ACS here. Screeches. See if the SMG guy is easier. I did that at decent, like we did at 80 or something in like the 10 minutes we did it there. But that's still pretty slow. Just running them though, you get some XP here and there. So this one, and let's try. So let me try hard and see if we, on either hard or challenging, have a maybe better time with scaling. And how about you go in the middle of things? Weaken some of the enemies. .541s are nice. At least with this, they can kind of tear through enemies, kind of. At least. Oh, that's not my. Shoot him. It's out in the open. They do have optimal range, right? Why would you... At least to make him a little bit more effective, because seeing as we can't really control them that way. Would be nice if they didn't have that at least. Playing an RTS now. Quick fix, I choose you. Quick fix uses his gun. It's not very effective. You're hitting the ball. We're aiming center body, of course. Come on, just shoot. 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 Shoot out. never mind then. Yeah, let's go to art. We'll leave him to die. As a normal wasn't per se that much better, but at least I had an easier time surviving, so. I think the yellow one might be better too. So let's go grab technician instead of firewall. I don't need firewall. Oh, do we get all the bonus? One of these and one bonus. So it's, I mean, it says exactly how it works here. Like if you have the modifier active and you have recruited enough, because yeah, it's also, you know, you need to have recruited enough of each type, but that's kind of cheesable. If you can just go around the safe houses and get some really easily. And you can re-recruit if you go to a different safe house and then go back. But then yeah, these bonuses are doubled when the player has no active companion. So if we just unequip this, there, no active companion, or if you in group settings just don't call them, then you get double. So then it's 15, 40, 30 instead of 15, 20, 50. Yeah. So yeah, these get doubled if there is no companion out. And we do have a companion equipped and out, they need to also be out. So in group setting, you can avoid just, you know, if nobody presses the button, it doesn't come out. It's these are basically this is part of the modifier. This isn't like if you have an assault guy out, you get that. No, it's basically these are passive bonuses as long as you've recruited enough. And this is per character. As long as enough recruiting has happened, you get all these stats. Like these stats are always kind of either, you know, if the modifier is on, up to 15. If the active guy isn't out, then it's, you know, double. Oh, yeah. And yeah, a lot of people just put them away. The other option you have as well as like I have here is to just turn off dialogue volume, but that takes away all dialogue volume, which kind of, yeah, makes the world not feel as alive and stuff. So, I need the facts. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. And yeah, indeed, everybody's enjoying their Sunday so far. For me, a nice and relaxed one. Did most of the stuff I needed to do this weekend on. Let's go back to Techline. Was this stuff I needed to do on this weekend yesterday, so today is mostly video game time. And here I'm kind of checking how it works out to try to buff our ally enough to make them a little bit usable and just let them get the kills and stuff, because yeah, this XP or the leveling seems to be just mostly if they get the kill, which, as you can imagine, when we're running like top end builds and stuff, they're not getting much kills. They might get like a kill here or there. So to kind of speed that up, I'm messing here with, because yeah, in the PTS, actually things like glass actually even, actually I could have opportunistic maybe, man. Because opportunistic would apply. It might be easier than the Eclipse backpack. But they removed that. Wait, he has a good melee? He has a million melee? Yeah. But yeah, Shroud and Overdog still apply, so does Eclipse backpack, so that's why I'm running this. What are your stats? At least he doesn't have Although, well, we want that command link one that I have here as well. I would like to have a guy that doesn't have a grenade. Because this guy keeps throwing grenades and actually wasting more time than just shooting. Season is over. Well, there's a new season. That's a yeah. When one season ends, another begins. Although at least nowadays. Oh, let's go. Although no, they're gonna spawn in here, which I can't go into with this character. See if we can place the turret to catch the defense wave here. So we'll mess around a little bit with this, then we'll go and mess a bit with beacon a little bit more. Am I in retaliation? I am. Like, wow. Outcasts are gonna take over that? How weird. The third on the ground. Dig. Sure if this is because of scaling. I lose sight of where that guy is, really. Could be over there. Put it on the ground again. I kind of wish for getting the third kills. But likely would be still better on a yellow eclipse. So maybe we go back to character 1. Blew up the thing. Gonna revive me for 15 XP. Does that even give 15 XP? Didn't see Bob up there. Let's actually keep at it for a little bit and see if we can get, you know, slow goings, but it's going. Oh, that then kind of sucks if we're scaling up the world to, because this guy actually scales with the difficulty we're set at the open world. So if I, for instance, scale, let's say, a control point to 4, and then we go do that control point at 4, this guy's going to be like super useless. Although, I mean, that's just what it is. It is what it is, right? Don't do that. Believe in you. Not a lot, but I believe in you. I trust you. You're an engineer. Shouldn't. Can you go over here? Yeah, that grenade just... I need them to not have that grenade. That would help a lot. Could you go where the fuck I told you? No? The impossibility? You don't really have a shot on the guy. Go over there. You know, let's just remove this one from the equation. Just doesn't want to. Is it just... I did that maybe? Just thinking about it. Not the cover I told you to. Now he does it. There we go. Difference it makes when you're in range. Wasn't expecting that to kill him outright. Oh yeah, on hard, maybe it's all right. But also it doesn't seem to be, although maybe the guy's getting the kill instead of the Reds. That one they should maybe change to assault or assault assist. There you are. So we're not doing much. See, it can be useful. Somewhat. You can kill. Just have to believe harder. Look at that guy. Yeah. Is Orion not helping out? No. I guess. Or it is really not that effective. That was like 70 there. It was really slow going. Maybe there might be something to the just once every 30 seconds revive. I can start seeing why that might be a better deal. Let's try challenging as well. I'm hoping that like one of these scalings is like better than the others, but we'll have to see. Wait, let me catch up here. I was kind of in that world. Taking part in survival fest, likely, yeah. I'll jump into Div 1 for that week for a few parts. Mostly because also it's triple XP and such. I generally don't spend time in Division 2 with windows are up. Oh yeah, definitely. Let's take that. That's a better one than what I have. At least also no grenades on them. But taking parts just will mean I'll jump into Division and like play a survival or two. I'm not going for like getting the patch or anything. That's 20 picks out of everybody is a 0% chance basically. Garbage. Likely, the reason that the enemy ones are broken currently is likely our companion. The something broke there, because yeah, the elites True Sons ones are a lot. All of them can revive, but only if you're not dead. So if you're dead, none of them can revive. But the reviving is not solely on the medic anyway. So. But yeah, you can't be dead. You have to just be downed. The black that's got here, and then I'll let this guy loose on. Should I actually check that? That's kind of how it's set up. There's also the assault guy is actually much better at. Then they should have made it differently. It's the medic and the engineer are way worse at getting kills. That means that they're way worse at getting XP. Okay. Over here. You know what? I want them to spawn on top of him. No, I sit there. Now you listen. Jesus Christ, the one time I don't want you. Let's go all the way to that waypoint, and then he comes back. Usually as well, they fail the first time. Oh no, this guy getting it in one go at least. Go sit here. We'll also get some command link. Yes. Yeah, we need to get rid of that grenade. That's wasting a lot of time. You know what? How about you go over here? I'll just get that one. Oh, there's another engineer. Doesn't count all the third kills. Although maybe this guy got the kill. So actually, if you're something more useful. Also, let's just. No, what are you aggroing? Oh, okay. You like the efficient, but I hate grenades, so we'll take this guy. Because that command link is kind of nice. Being 20% faster. This is also a known angle. Okay, that was like 40. See, you can kill. Just have to believe in yourself. We're just cheerleading here. I should be doing stuff like this as well, I guess. NG, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. NG. I'm just gonna yoink these two. And then I'm gonna send you over here. Come over here. Wait, you still have grenades? Didn't I trade you? Do I have the Medica? No. Come get me, dumbass. I was being a dumbass. You know what? You go away. And at least the damage reduction on this one is gone. Actually, we should try to... That's the actual answer, right? We need a mission part that spawns a lot. You get the feeling... Capital... Boss fight, maybe? That would be the play, right? Just... You care less about... moving around and stuff, and then also we can have a fight that's very consistent. That was another like a little less than 40. But that's still pretty slow. But let's put the world back to heroic. Well, let's actually go back to the other Eclipse then. If we're just going to be a support, and I'm not shooting as much, might as well play into that. I think they're circular. Let's say a little bit of that. Yeah, what would be a good... Although actually wasn't bank invaded. Because invaded bank would also have has a pretty good like infinite spawn point. It was actually even like floor 100 could be abused for it. But that would be abuse. I want to be just use. Borrowed. Well, before I go, character 1. Let's actually see. Oh, they have a DUA. Or we just go do a DUA in between, just to like not lose my sanity. Let's go do a DUA. Oh, I don't have an equalizer here. Actually, yeah. Let's go get an equalizer first, maybe. I need a Rob. Hey, goedemiddag. Although, well, it's almost, well, in Dutch terms, it would be goedenavond at this point, just by a minute. The evening is here. But hey there. Oh yeah, let's go to Brooklyn. Let's quickly just get this gal an equalizer. I'm gonna run Bighorn actually with equalizer. Just equalizer overdogs. But this is the last character that doesn't have an equalizer yet. So let's solve that. This guy just nodding in the background. It's like, for months I've been here, nobody's been buying anything from me. Suddenly I stuck some unit and just everybody's over here. Actually, let's donate to this as well, because, yeah, pull up on protective fabric. We'll need some to craft, so I shouldn't do too much of it, but put away damage. So that's also one of those things where you just slow feed those into some stuff and also helps out with expertise on the long run. But here I'm just buying to deconstruct. Just a few more. That's right. It's also not too hard to farm. There definitely seems to be something off about it. Maybe in it being in target loot and stuff. If nothing else, so you'll get one from the season track, but yeah, it might not come with the right stats. But also, if you on a long enough timeline, it's worth getting the reconstructed caches. And if you get lucky, or if you just finish it, then this becomes an option. I'm blind. Oh, the new set? Do you mean the gear set? You can just target farm for it. Oh, if you mean you can't see it on the target loot, show in a sec. I should keep an eye out for, because I do want one where we can make it hazard protected. Although I wanted to have crit damage and then we put hazard. Well, actually, the one that I have on character 1 would be an option for that. These are way too expensive, and also if I'm optimizing one, I want it to be preferably crit chance or crit damage, crit chance, crit damage, and then recore. Although I'm likely never going to change that core, but the core is likely the only thing I'm going to change ever, if I'm going to change a stat. Might as well optimize them up that way. I'll hang on to this one for hazard protected, maybe. Oh, wait, let me do this first. So, if you can't find it in this list, you are correct, and that's just because it's. If I scroll down, you can just that way. It's down there. But what you can do is just with like D-pad, you just go one down from there. It's underneath there. It's hidden. The secret. But yeah, I can just select it like that. And then the blueprints come from the journeys thing. So when you complete, when you claim them, it counts as complete. And then you have to basically claim journey 4, 5, 6 to get the blueprints for them. That's also a way of getting, and then you get one piece of each as well, but just one. A few more. It's just not wanting to be nice. No. Well, actually, maybe I get this later. Because then this might take a bit, especially because I can't buy in large chunks. Most of my characters are pretty full. You know what? Let's try. No, maybe I just take that one. Let's try. So I'm just taking the other one, but let's try to get this character as one, and then main account is done for now for those chests. I'm gonna show on second account. I'm also good. Although just on the main character, right? So yeah, at some point, one of the solutions for this could be as well that just some of the vendors sell these in like packs of like 10 or something. Instead of having to buy and deconstruct, you just have like as a resource underneath here. Well, that would help with kind of this. Because this can also be, for instance, if you're doing for the Habsburg and stuff, it's going to be kind of tedious that way. Well, the thing is, like, the more inventory space you have, the more you can buy before having to deconstruct. And here my characters don't have that much, and I don't have enough stash space to really meaningfully stash a lot, so. Although most of that is down to just needing to do some cleanup at some time. Oh, also, yeah. No. Oh, that's space. Oh, okay, no. Signature weapons. I changed that one as well to just be off as the base one, which I kind of find annoying. I like having the specialization weapon there just so I know what I've equipped. I'll do that one for now. We'll run that one if we don't get a crit chance crit damage one. I scrolled. What talent does it have? Wonder what talent this equalizer came with. Any more? Yeah. You know what? We'll just take that. This one. Won't optimize it for now. Nines. Oh, yeah. So let's run that. Need 20 chances. Isn't this trigger base already chance? Yeah. So base unit. Just gonna go with the unit over overdogs for this for a second, just to have an easier time on. Like if it's up or down or not, because otherwise it gets annoying. Yeah. I'll just leave that chest as is. It's fine. You know what? I wouldn't mind a graded one. Actually, do I have enough exotic components? Barely. Should have maybe actually partaken in that in that SH or in the thingy, the shepherd event that they had. Yeah, back to the UA. Or back to DC and then to the UA. Bang that out just to have done something else. Even though we got sidetracked for like 15 minutes. Just getting an equalizer. Somebody must be running this. Maybe not. Let's go become those somebodies. Oh, never mind. Did find somebody. Well, likely they're at the start. That's why. Again, just 2 directives. Nothing too extreme. Guys in a hurry. Fellow loot goblin, so it's good to see. That guy's in a hurry. I'm not. I know, with the big one, just aiming generally for the head a little bit. Like, you don't need to do all headshots. And yeah, honestly, that guy with how he's body blocking. Although there's the issue here, like I'm going for the head, everybody else is going for the body, so that's not working out for either of us really, because of that. You have not died there. That's like, can't really do anything about him there. I'll try to go get him here. Is there no damage? We'll just go open the door. I'll reset them, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'll be faster. Oh, what? That was a new one. Yeah. Is that guy? Okay. I realized what to do good. I'm gonna go for the body. So everybody else is. That was one thing, nice thing about Rupert would be you're kinda, but even then you would wanna shoot the chest. Well, there as well, I wouldn't basically against the chest or the head have bonus, but I'm curious what this team is. Wait, why that? I mean, just have turmoil. Oh, yeah. That guy's. Ew. Well, they're only level 64,000, or what? Not 6,400. It just makes me sad. It is weekend, isn't it? Actually, I realize now. It's weekend matchmaking. Neither Mari. Saw me in recommended. Well, hopefully correctly recommended. But yeah, glad to have you here. There's no chill. But that also explains then why we're feeling kind of low on damage. Surprised we're not seeing as many concentrated companies, right? Although, well, we did actually. Yesterday we saw a bunch. Just random matchmaking. I mean, for this I should have just gone salvo. We drop a little bit of damage. But pushing up the RPM on the bighorn. How that? 5%. And we hit Zealot. Oh no. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a season. Oh, that was not the right one. I went down. Where shoot me? I'm gonna go get that crate. Do them. The other two are likely gonna rush, but I want this. Unless everybody else went this one. Good. The still bugs, the second one ring perfectly. It's not all the time bugged. It's basically if you have it in bugged mode, unequip a piece, re-equip a piece, check again. For me, I haven't had it like bug out several times in a row. It's usually like if it's bugged, you just do that and then it's like working again. But most of the time, I've had it go bugged once when joining somebody else's session. But outside of that, I haven't actually had it bug out. Not to say that doesn't, because it definitely does. But, but yeah, it's an easy fix. You just pay attention to it for a second, and then if you get a kill and it doesn't show stacks, then hey, unequip a piece, re-equip a piece. Basically, you know, the classic, have you tried turning it off and on again? And then usually once it's fixed, it doesn't like re-break, at least it hasn't for me. Although one of the things some people were talking about it breaking after was just getting some stacks and then going all the way back to 0 and then getting some stacks again. But I just haven't, like, I'm usually like once I get going with the stacks, I just keep stacks. But even then, it would just be unequip a piece, re-equip a piece, and then go from there. No worries. And yeah, it can seem a little bit more broken than it is, but it's well usable. Especially in group settings, actually, I do like it as a set. And yeah, having seen with it some updating basically the calculations on it, it's actually, once it is fully stacked, it's kind of competitive to a Obliterate Striker. At full stacks, which is impressive. Although it takes longer to get there, but also it stays there longer, so there, I feel there's definitely a place for it now. Some shock rounds in the secondary there. Should get closer. Turns out it's easier to headshot if the head is bigger. I'm just gonna go through the head. Watch the helmet break before the chest here. Oh no, then did I get that? Oh, the helmet broke there. Two people were shooting the chest, I was shooting the helmet. I almost beat them to it. Oh, is there... Might hang on to that. Oh, it's shootable through the door. There's a gap somewhere. Could have oxyed them, of course, as well. It would have taken longer. Or, well, at least longer than that. Sometimes you can't shoot them. Blow all these up because people get themselves killed with those. I'm too far away for those, but just for my teammates. I'm just gonna play it safe. Right, push button and just get the escapees. But yeah, it's kind of dangerous to be up there because this spawns after. Oh, there's a dead body in the mangled in the door. I'm like, why is my shots not hitting? But yeah, somebody was body blocking. At least it wasn't the guy with the shield on our end, for one. Anyway, we're gonna... Traditions must be maintained. We have to make it dark. Need some ammo. Oh, no, that is, yes. This character set up for Tinkerer. It's one of you kind of guarantee know that you're gonna stagger even unnamed. Because we do that level of damage there. Kind of curious about the metrics here. Let's have a peek. All the pop-ups. I should just leave as well, but I just want to see it first. Okay. And yeah, they did get it there. It's fun to see that the other guy was also there for most of the mission. Because they had 2 rooms on me there, so I would have caught up actually if we were there the whole time. I should take that guy. Oh, that just will fit better with the stuff we're trying to do. Oh yeah, I wanted to check. Is this optimized? Oh, this one's optimized actually. So let's do that one for. Oh, wait, are they both crit damage? Yeah, so just for beautification, we take that. Just quickly do that. Because sometimes there's a reason why often the build collection does look, you know, ready. Sometimes beautify stuff if we can. Have like something with an optimization and I get the option to not have it, we take that. Also, how does this not have the Heartbreaker colors on it? Why would this have anything but the Heartbreaker? We should. Man, that's a lot of scrolling nowadays. They keep adding stuff here. I really should just put gear die at the top. This is the only reason to come in here anyway, really. Because from here you can apply it to all pieces at once. Yeah, I think let's do that. And wait, save that's 5 pieces is, yeah, we can put in different exotics. We can either go tipping, we can go coyote, we can go overdogs. But saved with 5. And let's load that so the crit chance go back. You know what? For now, let's we'll try to get the one that I want for there. That away, this away, that way. And also, let's grab a new priority to make Anna shut the F up. Another DUA. Please is good for XP, but yeah, we're not going to do that. Let's go get this character cleaned up and we're going to go to character 1 and try to farm up a few more XP for our dude. And to skills guide right now, not yet. That's going to be likely towards like the 3rd week of the season or something. There's a bunch of other stuff that will be before the build showcase. The build showcase is likely, yeah, somewhere in the plan is kind of around the 3rd week or something. Also gonna hang on to this. I don't think it's really, I mean, yeah, if we're maining a headhunter with Badger, but then Chain Killer is just gonna be better, but it's a rare piece. Let's keep it. Oh, and hey there, Stellar, and thank you so much for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had some fun. Let's get you a shout out there. But yeah, hope you had a great stream, some loot, hopefully, some shoot, hopefully. Call the yeah. And yeah, as its tagline, they could just put "It is real." All right, let's record this already. I think as though you would never use this, right? Because the difference between this and Chain Killer would be tiny, but the difference between this and like a DNH chest with Headhunter makes sense, but you know what? We'll hang on to it. I know some people were always hunting for the Vigilance Badger one for back in the day. Although still are, because in speedruns and stuff, sometimes the shotgun is actually the main tool. Yeah, the is gonna be a while. We'll definitely start like working on that spreadsheets and stuff, but we basically have the gear and stuff to go through first. So priority is going to be, well, now first beacon, then units, then bittersweet, unlikely journey caches, then concentrated company, then tipping scales. Huh? It's still a little bit out there. Let's actually try a bit more leveling up our companion thing. Let's see if we have a better time. Well, actually, well, I can't shoot enemies though much. They'll die. I think maybe a normal is likely the easiest because the scaling wise, it seems to be the guy is the same scaling as the enemy anyway. Our guy. It's basically the same scaling as the enemy anyway, and then on normal at least I have an easier time surviving. Let's go wherever. Yeah, let's go for. Oh, let's go for that. Good idea. Go publics and convoys if you see them. They just have more enemies. Oh, actually, yeah, we're thinking of going a mission, right? Oh yeah, bank. Let's try this first. Hey, ally, go over there. Hey, ally, kill that guy. Or gal, or whatever. Because at least at this, like, thing here is the overdogs and the shroud apply to him. So that helps a little bit with the damage output. Eclipse as well. That's why I'm running Eclipse. Then when we foam enemies, that counts as well. So that's kind of the idea here. We're just going to support him. He's the hero now. We're his companion, basically. Instead of him being our companion, we're his companion. At least the assault guy can get kills. Like, at least the assault guy is somewhat effective at doing the murder. Oh, my hero. Go. Attack them. No? Don't wanna? I was just really thinking about it. That actually a little bit effective. I think the his weapon, although no, I think on heroic does like 4 million or something, right? So you know what? I'll take this guy. Just to... It would be handy if there was a double tap to just release him again, because he's now like fixated on being in that cover because I told him to be in that cover. Which, I mean, I did tell him, but also... Is this character's thingy off again? I didn't even turn it. Oh, I have it in my hands. I'm like, where is the... I'll grab a completion. Yeah, let me get you here. Anyway, this seller. And I hope you had a great stream. Yeah, thanks again for the raid there. Oh, let me get your food. Gear set, but I wish they would work some of the less used ones too. I mean, yeah, that would be nice. They did in the past with Project Resolve, for instance. A bunch of them got reworked. Most of them actually well received as well. Let's take that one. Because why not? Why cannot? Actually, that's not too bad. This one is. Let's go around and yeah, let's see about leveling up this guy. Let's see actually if we can get him to like level 2. Let's get one of these guys leveled. And they've hinted at reworks and stuff, but yeah. It would be nice if they actually did it. Well, at least some of the more recent ones they've added are well put together. Measured assembly, tipping scales, concentrated company are all pretty good. Let's melted that guy. You be up here. Kill the last guy. See about shoot. Shoot that one. Could you all come out? All right. Because you can foam him to the ground, and at least the rocket has a chance. This guy just full on everything, right? Yeah. Not gonna do that one. That one's way too annoying. Just picking ones where the spawns are straightforward. Face same things. Is there good or no to Heartbreaker build? Perhaps more damage. I mean, strikers. From a damage perspective, especially strikers is more consistent in stacking up, so it gets there a lot quicker. But yeah, you could. Depends also how your Heartbreaker was set up. Because, for instance, I'll just link here to the recommended with also the recommended weapons list there. You can take basically any of the reds on the high in that list. For instance, well, tipping skills, or now concentrated company, or Hunter's Fury, which plays different, but you know, you don't have bonus armor, but you have armor on kill. But yeah, just pure striker. Yeah, doesn't have the bonus armor, but has the survive, or you know, has the killing potential. It's being much higher. And then also even with Heartbreaker, depending on how you have it laid out. For instance, in there's the tech tanks. That's the style of build I like running solo a lot. There's both a Heartbreaker one and a Striker one in there. And that one, even with the, yeah, especially the Heartbreaker version, I like it as well for the bonus armor, but that even has even more built-in survivability through the shield. Actually, you know what? I want you to be... I'll let you go over here. Get over there. Get over here. Get over here. There. That doesn't go through door boundaries, same as our explosions. That's fine. You can just yes, murder. Murder my companion. Oh, Bill, this is what it's like to play a warlock or something. They really shouldn't have made it the way that they've made it. It shouldn't be just his kills. You should get a little bit from each of our kills so we can just level him up over time. And then, like, if he gets some kills, maybe it goes a little lot faster. Although, well, through those two, we got like 100. So, like those through the public we did in this was a little bit over 100. So it's also not horrendous. Let's go intercept that one. Yeah, let me catch up here. As it is manageable, yes. With stuff like going into region. Well, the thing is, you wouldn't want to use it as a general thing. Then you would use it in special places. Because already, like, yeah, alongside of other things, you can make that work. But also, like, the backfire isn't good enough to want that, even, basically. Because the backfire, while decent, like, really, the main reason it was, you know, really in the limelight for a little bit wasn't like the hazard protection at all. Didn't matter. It was the 10% crit chance that season had. Same for when, for instance, even Redline came in and had a little bit more crit chance. Like, yeah, backfire was pretty good for that. Because though, from a general perspective, like, yeah, you can just run with that because it's not even even without any hazard protection. If you just basically reload 3 times in like a fight, especially longer fights and stuff, you'll notice that you don't bleed anymore. Diminishing returns kind of has an effect on that. Plus, also once you reload on the same stacks, but that's effectively only an option at 100. Do it. Do it. No. Hello? Buddy? All you have to do is rocket them. He has no line of sight, but he doesn't feel like... Yeah. This guy. Last month or one of those with on backfire. I mean, you can, but also you can, that's, for instance, one of those fights where you just would go with that, or just, yeah, if you have a healer in the team, like, just out heal the thing. Okay, now will you come over here? Your owner is down. Should come and revive me. He's still stuck in that. Oh, there it is. You're such a dumbass. Come over here. That long for one wave? Ooh. Do it. Do it. Oh, do it. Do it right. Oh, I hate to inform you, you missed. At least once in a while he kind of does the thing right. So this guy. Oh yeah, let me get you here. Make it work with the highest percent change. You choose incursion. Yeah, I mean that's for instance one of the places it really works well. Partially because there's a healer, partially because it's a longer engagement where you can get the stacks up and such. But that's the thing, it really needs like those kind of situations. Also, yeah, for instance, legendary or titles last room in legendary. So you just need really long continuous fights to really make it work, which a lot of places just aren't. It's not that it's bad, by the way, as well. Like, it's not like horrendous, but the thing is, though, that for instance, for me, for general play, I don't want to bleed even once. Oh yeah, let's go try bank actually. Yeah, see if that is a bit more doable. So no, yeah. But even like general play, you can kind of get by with its bleed and stuff because the diminishing returns, and then also the effect that it's on. Once you reach 100 stacks, it just doesn't bleed anymore. Even outside of diminishing returns. But yeah, that means having fights where you can keep it at 100. And then you just take the bleeds a little bit while getting there. But also making a hazard protected one. Like, there is a reason I have a hazard protected one. Yesterday we ran it even. It was in character 4, which we're second again. And honestly, the nice thing about it is being hazard immune. Because now as well, you just need 50 on the gear, basically. If you put the companion away, you just need 50 on the gear. And 10 from watch, 40 from that, you're fully hazard immune. And honestly, that's not a bad deal. That's not a bad deal at all. Just to also, yeah, you can have special ammo directive on the whole time, not care at all. And then because you're running that build, you might as well run backfire at that. It's kind of more the let's see about getting to that, you know, the vault fight. Let's already do this as well. Kill him. Kill him. Prove yourself. Till we're turning into just evil Sith Lord. Go on, my Sith apprentice. Kill them all. No, but seriously, kill them. Actually do something. Where else? That seems like, yeah, somebody brought it up, but you can only do it like once every 30 seconds, right? I'm guessing, because otherwise you die to the... Well, actually, do you get put in weakened state if it's your own thing? But even that seems a lot slower than this, because, you know, 15 is also just these 3 kills, like in the time that a revive happens. But if we have a place where a lot of enemies spawn, actually, let's just get to the vault. Especially in a place if there is a lot of enemies and we can get a few consistent kills going. Although that's mostly for this guy as well, because the engineer and the medic are just way worse than this guy at killing. Shoot. Just point and pull the fucking trigger. It's not that hard. No? I know this myself. You can't see through that door, dumbass. Go hide on the other side of the door. You can't see through that door. But he doesn't know that. To make it more all-round weapon. The thing is, the change that they made to it, to 100 stacks, has made it actually like pretty good, honestly. But also nowadays, like even at full stacks, it's just 50% of your armor when it bleeds you. Like the old version was completely unusable, the 200 stacks one. This one is already well usable, because it already has like situations where it is the go-to as incursion, as he stated there. All right. Kill. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I should just foam for him. Wasn't expecting that to kill. Shroud, of course, just murders the man. Although we're on normal. We gained a decent amount, yeah. Actually, let's just go. Screw the loot. As long as you stagger the enemy and stuff, we'll actually do some work. What do you do with that? I'll deal with this. He cleared one enemy out there. But yeah, let's see how well we can do here. Especially if we kind of wipe and stuff. But that should be an idea to go engineer. Also, I'm not sure where this resets you when you wipe on normal. Guessing right here. Well, yeah, let's take engineer. Hey, engineer. Could you get line of sight? Oh, this room is like hell for this, actually, isn't it? Oh, that's not. Because he's always going to be, at least this guy, he's going to put himself, spawn there, kind of. There's always some stuff in the way. What if I try to do this? Although I can't point you there, can I? It's too far away. Maybe if I go here. Actually, maybe what? Oh yeah, I'll just come over here. Just come over here. Doesn't seem to help actually spam. Okay. You are a dumbass. And yeah, now you put your turret down there, didn't you? Don't blow her up, eh? Oh no, hey. Kinda did it right. But you don't heal. Yeah, it's actually. Well, actually, in the meantime, I should also just be reviving myself the whole time, right? On top. Okay, let's put us here. That's good. Oh, wait, what? Wait, double load? Kill them, my minion. No, but seriously. Elijah, I need to push buttons, right? Oh, that was the other. It was like shock rounds? That can't be. Yeah, does this put us in weakened state? Maybe maybe I'm thinking it through. So this doesn't put us in weakened state. Did you pathfind correctly? No, it puts us in weakened state. So I can only do that every 30 seconds then, right? Because if I do it now, I die. Then we should do that every 30 seconds. So what did you do this Sunday? Well, I sat there while my companion was slowly killing enemies. Was it fun? Yeah. What is fun? Sure, I believe you. Do it. Madadam. No? You're so good against me. Why weren't you so good for me? What is you? You know what? Come revive me, and then we'll reset. Sir? You know, done such a lazy job, lousy job. We'll just. Oh. How did that not murder me? It's as fast. It's faster at least than just revives. Yeah, what is with the double load there? Let me catch up here. There is one off. Yeah. Oh, wait, at a combat we get no... Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, well, I'd rather actually do it this way. Seems... Might do that for... Although, well, we just need to do it... We might do that for second account. Last season as well, like doing it at the range. Wasn't the biggest fan. Oh, see how far is he now? Oh wait, that wasn't even the right guy. Oh no, that was the right guy. Oh, we got down like 300 or something. Would come. Oh, I haven't spawned. Oh, fire! Do it! Nah, fuck you then. Was near enough to the fire. Okay, yeah. Out of combat, it wouldn't give the. It wouldn't give the weakened state, would it actually? That's what I was missing there. New piece equalizer itself. I think we're trying to build for rate fire and AR damage. I mean, there's a. I'll link you to my YouTubes because otherwise I'm just gonna repeat basically the conclusion there. My latest video is about the unit, and then yeah, the equalizer is basically if you're using obliterate, you're using equalizer. There is basically no debate there to be had. Equalizer is just dub-ass obliterate. With maybe the only contender is likely going to be, but that's only a contender, is like the DNH obliterate on the Tempest tech tank. But that's like such a specific piece then. But unit by itself is, especially on Striker, for instance, actually Salvo doesn't work out to be better. Salvo doesn't work out to be better. You're effectively better off with a second piece unit if you're going that route, at least for Striker. But Striker already also has its own rate of fire, so that's the reason also why it is like that. And then yeah, the two-piece is, as long as you're running assault rifles, maining assault rifles especially, there's really no, at least from the high ends, there's no good competition to it. But the exotics are pretty large. So equalizer plus overdogs is likely going to be the general meta, and then we go from there to, you know, two-piece unit if overdogs isn't going to work out for whatever fight we're doing. This guy taking the long way around. It's nice that they can't get staggered out of it, because that explosion, for instance, with control points officers and stuff would stagger them out of it. Thinking about it. Just thinking about it. I know, it's actually a reset here. But that's, yeah. Wait, why doesn't that one kill me? Or just taking so long that the health gate's back, right? Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, let's give up on this for now. Because especially I kind of wanted to know, even if we try to like cheese it with other methods, how slow is it? And the thing is, like, it's slow, but it's account wide, and you just need to do it once, right? Like, and also you don't per se need to cheese it, but you can. But then, yeah, maybe just the revive cheese is easier. Let's actually try a little bit of that. Do any of the chests? I mean, collector would give grenades back. Is there a safe space we can do this? Because wait, does this actually? Yeah, this doesn't give us out of. That doesn't give us. Okay, yeah, if you don't have out of. You don't have the thingy. Oh, it gives me bonus armor. After the revive, of course, for 10 seconds. Although likely if we're running glass. That's enough to get past that. What else you can do? What else am I back in? Oh, just to get back into safe. Wouldn't this be much faster though? Although wait, is it safe? Right? Although, well, no, just inside. The second you're inside, it's safe, right? So that's where the safe. I mean, that's basically the same. Doesn't per se. Well, actually, I've never checked on how far you need to get into there. Let's actually try. But yeah, this is something I'm only ever gonna do like for third account or something if we even make it that far. I want to see kind of how it works here. Yeah, so. But yeah, that's like not different per se. At least that's easier to get to. Oh. Were we in combat or something? Accidentally? Because actually as well, any safe house and stuff would work, right? So you would just want somewhere where you can exit real quick. You don't get a kill technically, right? So kind of wondering if Mad Bomber would trigger off of our down, but wouldn't, I think. I guess I wasn't far enough for him to be actually spawned in. Okay, so that is kind of fast. But also, this is, to me, it's the same cheesing as range. I'm just gonna not do this. I'll just run them. Yeah. Or at least, like, run them in that way. Because I enjoy, actually, bitching at him. Oh yeah, let's go run some bacon. And then we'll go back to working on the spreadsheet for bacon. Yeah. So I should go back to meal build. Let's go back to a rug as well. Did the scent rotate? Oh yeah, greed. Wait, it went greed, rat, greed. a very medieval of it. Yeah, let me take a quick bio as I kind of need that, and then we'll go into this. I'll be right back. Ah, needed that. It's always the worst when you have to pee and you're thirsty, because that was what I was there. So yeah, at least we can drink some again. Oh yeah, let's oh yeah, not the wish. Let's run something with beacon and then I'm thinking, where could we stick it where does the least harm? I mean, just and a striker. Like in this, it wouldn't. Like this is bigger. Although, well, the difference between the two not, because if we still have 15 plus 30, but also we don't need the regen here, so it would be something where we would prefer to have it for. Maybe go character 4 then. Let's stick it in. Well, let's no, let's go with actually, let's go with Redify. So I think where it kind of makes the most sense. Splashed my face as well. It's actually was a bit much, maybe. Left a bit much. Yeah, let's stick it in here. Let's mess around with that. Take this. Let's take Bittersweet again as well. I think actually for Bittersweet, I'm considering, especially for Bittersweet, making red MA. Red measured. We can use the smart cover to actually be able to land our shots. We take it with full headshot. We get a little bit of repair from just that. Just from the brand bonus or gear set bonus. But I think collector just in a red actually is gonna make just the easiest sense, because you don't give up that. I mean, you give up a lot, but from a group perspective, I think it's always the range. Like this thing is super annoying when it comes to its range. Yeah, let's just matchmake for a heroic mission. Some plaza. We'll go do that. I just want to run around with it with randoms, and especially kind of as in a coordinated team. Yeah, we can, I can go, hey, everybody, come give me a hug. But in here, we'll have to chase people and stuff, which is, well, it depends on, how you're using it. Because if you have a team that you play it with often, oh yeah, and yeah, I should change my skills. Should have actually changed them before joining. This can become smart cover here as well. Although we don't have the cooldown to really make smart cover work well. But I think the bittersweet might be actually a useful, something that could make a red MA useful. Because I was considering a red MA, but really, it didn't make too much sense. Now, at least if we have the bonus armor giving capabilities of that one. Push button. At least somebody, yeah, gets up in the cover here. I should have grabbed a bittersweet actually. Even here. Grab those resources. Now let's make our way down. At least with a mission like this, that's kind of compact. It's doable. I'm getting some uptime on the thing. But also 2%. So for the time being, it does stack. For the time being. But that's likely going to change. He just doesn't like being alive. Wait, is oh, I don't. Oh, because I don't have a guy equipped to it. Is it? Okay. Why open the door and not go in? Although the answer is because they don't know. Everybody ran past the heavy. They all left it to me. Kind of curious. Alt broker. Stricker. What, really? I have 2 red pills on. Doesn't feel like that. That one guy is kind of aware. I'll just leave them on the front there. On my shit. It's gonna be annoying as well that bittersweet is just we only get one for the time being until the end of the season. Let's go to 1/2. Trying to already kind of think of like where would I even stick a red MA. Because I think, well, I don't know, character 2 has striker combat knife, right? Is that character 3? Wait, what's the striker combat knife? Oh, main again. So I think it is 2, right? So then character 1 could actually was a 3 has ratify, so it's already similar to a red MA. Oh, only there. Good. Thought we're done already. You. Oh, this was the daily season pass one. Is it? Wait. Okay. Somebody's yeah. I see an issue here. Yeah. But yeah, I'll give him to it. I'll leave him to it. Well, we'll go to my GG. See you around. It's going with the third and Axie. Maybe starts flashing and inside the cover and raise when it comes up. So it's just a waste. The thing is, especially for turret and drone, you can use turret and drone without you can use turret and drone without skill haste. And that's also why you can hybridize it. So for instance, here is a striker turret drone hybrid, and then this one is either with Coyote or Memento. That's why it's also saved with 5 pieces. Usually Memento on this one. But you can have a turret drone hybrid that is like doesn't have that. Hybridizing between those two, you would need skill haste, but the turret doesn't per se need skill haste. So even if you're going like, but the turret and the drone would just be simpler, and the drone would be the one then that could also kind of pull enemies out of out of cover. So. Because the thing is also, Oxy in general use is not that great, even like especially for that, because it can do a lot of damage, but just you need the enemies to kind of stay in it to get her done that way. Oh yeah, basically they kind of lean towards different layouts. Also, for instance, yeah, things like, you know, to get the Oxy up, you make different choices than to get the, as for instance, with Oxy, DTA and Detox both apply. That's why also for a full Oxy build, you go with those. But then, yeah, you wouldn't have it on the other end. But the certain drone, like DTA and Detox, doesn't apply to them, so. Wait, let's actually brief look in the, because I'm kind of confused where which builds are, because this has the combat medic, right? Yeah, so he has combat medic and he has refighter. Oh yeah, so this guy has that and this Turtron hybrid, yeah. And she has RF and Redify, yeah. And then 4 has MA plus high-end combat medic. Okay. So maybe... And that's the obvious one. To go out of the set. Then I could go on to character 1. That could also be nice because I actually have only for like healing, really that one and this one, and I don't like that one too much. The hazard protectify. We can keep the red factor. The third drone hybrid version of the refactor. And then we would give this one up, although doesn't make much sense to have that one go there. Also, this guy has FI, just full FI. Kind of considering like a three-way trade, because yeah, this FI could go over here, this could go over here, and then we replace this instead. Honestly, no, the hazard protectify is the least one here. But then also it's not a healer in that same sense. That's okay, we could actually put it in this slot. Although the question would be like, if we make a red MA, well, although actually, capacitor, yeah. But I mean, the bittersweet would just be the bonus armor generator there. Okay. Yeah, let's take this back to base. For a second, larger. What do you have? Down. Let's back to base. Let's actually work a little bit on beacon calculations. But then, yeah, actually, I think we just put RNMA here. It's kind of usually that's 0.4 is a healing build, but this would be kind of a little bit more combat adjacent. But also, yeah, I end up just never using this thing. This has a protected healer. And we're gonna make it an X build then. Yeah. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Let's go. As well as skill damage. Yeah. I know, the thing is just the turret and the drone combination will do more consistent damage. And then a dedicated Oxy build in its situation, yeah, will work out to be pretty powerful. Fighter King, I actually, of those, I like the refactor or the refactor the most. Like this is actually pretty enjoyable build. It also kind of works out for this character because I don't have an fire eclipse on them. They're the only one that doesn't have really an option to go fire eclipse, because even the foam eclipse character, or the character that has foam eclipse as their eclipse, they like have the pieces to make it a thing. So basically use a refactor is gonna be their fire eclipse kind of style. Also actually for bandage using that thing as the way. CC plus healing. Build like it's use Strega with. Strega is basically just a gun, in effect. So basically any red style build would work. The only place it doesn't align well with is Negotiator, because the kills that Negotiator makes through like the spread, they don't trigger a kill for Strega. So that's the only combo that doesn't work out well. But yeah, Strikers, Heartbreaker. Although Heartbreaker, you kind of want Link Laser Pointer, so you don't want to use exotics there. But even just Concentrated Company or stuff like that. Basically anywhere where AR could go in there. But yeah, just Strikers is the obvious one. But for a large part of it, it's just a gun. Like it doesn't need a special build made for it. Make sure it's Strega. I mean, 10% is not gonna. You're going from 700 to 770 with 10% more. That doesn't like solve that issue for her. But Strega has always been decent. It's just you need the right situations for it where you get a bunch of kills, and you need to it needs to be a place where you get a ton of kills. Video. I mean, it was a third of a video because I was just in the because that never would get its own build showcase or anything. Beacon. So what we already did was this combo, right? Yeah, so what I wanted now was them with their powers combined. Wait, so yeah, so we take, not sure which one do we take? We just take the equal plus overdogs. And then, yeah. And then beacon plus overdog. Oh no, we can't. Yeah. Beacon plus Cheska. Where do we go? Beacon plus unit or salvo maybe? Oh no, we go beacon plus Cheska actually. The drop in sustain is way sharper. But also, like, it's not gonna matter too much. So let's take this. And then we kind of need to bring this down as well. And like that. Should we hook this in correctly? Okay. This is going to be broken right. That one. And then we'll bring this one down. Okay. And then this becomes same. So these are 73. This one's 72. Okay. Then yeah, this should apply to them as well. Take this down here. Actually, we're gonna just do this. Oh, this isn't right. Forgot to stick the RPM in here. There we go. Oh wait, we need it without as well. Well, that's, yeah, we can just, so need this to be like this. Because we need it in 3 different ways. Because yeah, actually we need this one to not have beacon and this one to have beacon. So that's same 9, yeah, 9, 7. Okay. So let me catch up here for a sec. I'm sending. The BTS video still characterized as change has changed. They added 70 crit damage to it and made it quite a bit stronger. But there's going to be a separate concentrated company. But concentrated company is going to be likely still a week or so at the very least. But if you want, I can, because yeah, we did a start here. But it kind of depends on if you can parse this for yourself a little bit. But yeah, as you can tell, it's basically the same as in the PTS layout, but then here with the new numbers on it. That's the link to this spreadsheet. At full stacks, it's getting really close to an obliterate striker at full stacks. So it's actually pretty good, especially if you are once you're at high stacks, but it takes a while to get there. So that's the downside. But once you're there, you stay there, and that's the upside. So it's a little bit of both. So for x, and this is 3 plus 1. Actually, 1 plus 3, something like that. So yeah, this is just is this number times 4. And then is this number times 3. We don't need to bracket them because the order of operations does that for us, but this just for my own. Makes it easier for my brain to. And actually, I'm going to do times 1, which is kind of, you know, doesn't do much, but. Yeah. Interestingly, actually, I mean, yeah, the crits are too high because it's feeding into crit. That's the. Bring this over here as well then. Oh, we need both. Wheel thick. Hmm. Actually, we don't need to repeat them. Why am I doing it this way? You know what? Oh, that was. Wait, where did I? Oh no, well, we can just have that. Yeah, from there. Because we did this fix later. So I should do that. Not that per se matters between them because percentages stay the same. But yeah, actually, let's do this differently. We don't need this at all. We just do for SB or 4x SB no buff. All right, sure. Beacon plus SB beacon. Over W plus SB over W. Yeah, let's just do it like this. We don't need to bring the rest down. We're just repeating prior work. I know the set is pretty good as well, yeah. It's well worth using, especially in a group setting. Like I find in a group, especially, it stacks up really quick as long as you have allies to help mark for you, or well, help add to the marks. Solo though, it feels a little slow, even if you try to, like, even trying to drone it and stuff with the companion, like it's still me. I think as though you can kind of cheese it before even going out because you could get stacks at the range and then move out, but it seems also like way too much work. But at the very least, it's very competitive. Okay, so now actually, let's make this clear that this is this version. Is this number times 4. Then this is plus beacon. So yeah, so first 3 of these. Three times that's plus, for clarity, we'll make it a plus 1 times. Oh no, actually we need it to be this actually. But we change it in a second. Where's beacon? Then we do beacon plus Cheska. Yeah. How is that not a value? What? Did I shift on this one accidentally? Although this needs to be down. Something. Oh, actually, A3 can't be a value. Oh wait, did I click the name instead of? So then that and that. So this is 3 times with this one. Plus overdex. Ew. Although, I mean, yeah. Gets to have that, so. So this is why that one's that much ahead. Because with the ferocious, we get to have the overdogs on there as well. Oh yeah. Now, I don't know, that's actually all we, because yeah, we could kind of go like, hey, what if 2 people are buffed and then there's a beacon, but then 1 person isn't? Oh, we should do the 8-man version actually of this, right? That's the follow-up there. that's maybe the way to go. I needed this, I needed egg. Yeah. Yeah, we need eight version of this as well. So now it's 8, 7, 7. Eight. Actually, we just changed this. Or divided by itself. Yeah. That's about it, I feel. Do we need more in there? Something feels off here. Like how is this not that much higher here? Don't have V35. V11. Yeah, so that is correct. That's not right. Perfect overwatch at the very least will be this, but then this would be different. Wait, what do we base those numbers off of? 111. Oh, no. That would be. Oh, okay. Wait. No. That's this getting this from somewhere else. Okay. No. Yeah. So this, but that's correct. Okay. Surprising that kind of catches up there. Oh yeah, we don't gain that much on the strikers. Although, well, 10%, like that's a full grading on top. Nah, seems correct. We'll come back to it maybe, but I'm like trying to see if I can find there is a flaw somewhere, but no, this seems to be correct with, as at best it's going to be 11, so this 8 is already a lot. Oh, no, actually, yeah, it is like 2.5% more, so, which is, yeah, a little, this one getting a little bit bigger of a gap. But neither is really, because at least for the Overwatch, we can say, like, if we have 8 people, this person needs to be in cover, and then you get the damage here. With the beacon, like, really, 8 people are going to stack on each other? Outside of, like, very specific situations. But then on the other end, you get the regen, you get skill efficiency, which you don't get with that. But I still feel Overwatch is just a simpler sell over the beacon. At least the ones that just, you know, well, we have to kind of see if that actually becomes the intention with it. Because I was also considering just going over to the Bittersweet and waiting until we kind of know if it's going to be altered, the beacon. I might still do that as well. And then we'll come back to the beacon if it gets fixed. As usual as well, I can avoid things that are maybe unclear. But I also kind of want to get her down and just get it out of there. But yeah, let's run this on a striker. Instead. If I'm running it on a striker, let's go grab a different character because it's gonna be easier. Just quickly. Because I'll need a replacement for this unit chest as well at some point. So there's the placement for that one. Yeah, let's go to a different character where we have an easier striker for that one at least. So we decide because that's not stacking that, like I'm not calculating that. That's 7 people getting buffed from, like, I'm not considering the beacon at all in like self-stacking form. Because yeah, that seems not intended, because yeah, that has a runaway effect. Just on the regen itself. That's 7 normal strikers getting beacon, and then a striker with beacon, and then kind of the combined of that, and Overwatch. And then, because the person running it is losing quite a bit. So from a group perspective. Might actually make a calculate. Although the thing is, honestly, the damage isn't even going to be that great. Although, well, yeah, with 5 and stuff, it will. It's the regen. The regen is a, like, you can't give people 8% regen in a very easy way without trivializing the game. Yeah. Actually, I have a retaliation there. You know what? Let's go assault here for. No, let's go maybe that retaliation. And actually, I don't know if there's anybody interested in joining me for a retail, because also I kind of need some unit pieces anyway. So we'll try to get those. But I have outcast retaliation, and then maybe we can do some other retaliations. I need that, right? Yeah. Anyway, as we were talking about the Striga earlier, let's run a Striga. Okay, we have it's a Jane. Oh yeah, we have 20 joining up. And if anybody else is interested, let us know. Otherwise, we'll get going in a minute as we'll go and oh, actually, we have at the edge of it, but mine's ready. We'll just go do that one over there. So actually, just make sure I'm set to, because I could use some more. Well, I'll need 4 unit gloves anyway. They're craftable, but also crafting parts. I wouldn't mind also looting them. I wouldn't mind also getting a backpack just for testing purposes. Just to double check the numbers in the future. Maybe, or I mean, if that sticks around for too long, we'll just assume it is. Because that's more the like thing. Like, even if it was maybe intended some way, if it doesn't get fixed. But I'll consider it once it's actually around for a while. I'm guessing everybody's doing their own stuff. Let's go and let's go and get started over there. We're also reaching the end of the season track, getting the last outfit. We can put that on a character. Actually, with that in there, we have all of the calculations for beacon done. And if we maybe run the beacon a little bit more here, I'll yeah, there's like yellow stuff like this. That's just me. Like, only well under status effect, but most of the status effects are also going to be debilitating unless they have the thing. And yeah, let's go this way in this circle. So we end with Venice. So we'll go for thingy first, and then jump around. Yeah, I'll likely. That's kind of the plan. We'll do likely a few. They spawned up there. That's a weird spawn. I should try to be close. And one downsides with Striga stacks, especially like if we're weakening a build, I shouldn't be running Striga here. With Striga, you kind of want the hardest hitting build you kind of can. Oh, yeah, okay. Wendy has like... For a second there, I was like, wait, that's a companion. No, actually, no, there's no companion. Racking a really good Three Sons one. And let's go into retaking it. And yeah, I should be running Striga if we're weakening the build. Let's just run now. Because the thing you want with Striga is for the build to be strong enough that it can kill pretty consistently. Just to get the stacks up, because you need to get the stacks up for it to have real value. Oops, all scorchers. And it feels, yeah, super. I hope they address the voices on the AI. I'm running that one skin. gonna quickly go loot this as well because I want it to be in the targeted. I have the time. Well, let's actually take the. We'll go for the. Keep wanting to say stuff like this. This is weird. I'm really starting to feel. But yeah, let's go for Riverside Gas. But let's not follow Isaac. Let's go through the middle street here because otherwise we exit the zone. But yeah, Isaac wants to send us all the way around. Which, no thank you. Because that control point is a little bit more spread out. So looting that one is a little easier when it's not the last one. And yeah, these kind of pop-ups. We did have that foam still from the helping the NPC I was doing earlier. We're doing Elmo things of making people hide. And I should keep an eye out for units backpack with crit chance crit damage. Free talent. No, just yeah, it's annoying we don't have the scope anymore. Also, we can just especially seeing as that guy's shock rounds. Come on, well, I don't often use it. I just grabbed it here for laziness. No, no. Oh, I should check if that's easier to do in controlled environment. If the companion gets a kill, if everybody gets credit for that, or just the person who has it out. I almost shot that dog because it was a marker on that side, and then yeah. So can I swap this? Yeah. As well, the handling on it and stuff is easy. It does feel weak. It feels quite weak versus a lot of different weapons. Let's go into retake. And I don't think the extra mag size makes up for how much lower it is on output. Because it's more than enough for like heroic and stuff. Also, actually, the shock rounds I quite often find more annoying than useful. There's definitely something to be said for, yeah, just intermittent crowd control happening. But it's also annoying when you shock, especially elites, when you shock them, they hunch over. They don't just stand out in the open. That quick, and then control point, and then I'll head that way anyway. So we're gonna head on north. And New Venice will be nice and easy to loot at the end. I'm trying to keep some uptime on the beacon. Also, you're on a 2-man. It's kind of wasted because we're giving up more damage than we're gaining overall. Not the most effective shots, but at least an out. Like that. There, the shag is just annoying. Likely get another kill squad around here. Well, maybe not. Blue guys. Blue LMG guy of this is. And it's only when a companion hits him, right? Like if we're just us hitting him, that doesn't disable it, right? Mm. Mm. Or was he not? Maybe it was. Yeah. I did enjoy the recent dev thing. Oh, yeah, I actually haven't watched that third one yet. With the designer of this control point explaining his kind of idea of like this being a castle. It's kind of cute. Yeah, let's defend. And it sucks to be these guys. And that worked out well. Could actually go with a few masks as well. Actually, for this character where I would want it to be between Tinkerer and unit. Might go that route. Mask. Oh yeah, some more biohazard containers, canisters. And I don't know, 20 if you're up for more. Because, actually, what's the agitation project again? Outcast, control points. Oh, these don't trigger anymore in... Oh, actually, no. When it was control points, it didn't trigger in there, right? It's just if it's like 30 kills and stuff, it does. Because yeah, those don't count as actual control points when we're doing them in this mode. But yeah, when it's like 30 kills and stuff, it would eat it sometimes, right? But yeah, we're good. We're good. Well, both of us are pretty close to hyenas. Wouldn't be against that either. There's also chest zone over there. Do you have any preferences? So otherwise, let's maybe go for we just hit like the control point there or something, and then see what we get retaliated on. I don't know if anybody else wants to join us for some hyena retaliations. So mostly I just want to run around with the beacon a little bit in some group settings and stuff, especially on a mobile thing like this. Because actually here, for instance, Overwatch would be a pain in the ass to Overwatch would be a pain in the ass to wait, which one? The passive, you mean? That's, or, well, the passive is about the kill thing, yeah, it only gives crit damage, or unless you mean something else. Oh, beacon. Beacon is just crit damage, yeah. It would have been annoying if it was chance. I wish that it's an actual control point now. Multiple waves on the assault. Oh yeah, with Striker underneath, it's still... like, Striker still carries it. you have? And, anyhow, let's go into defense. I need a melon. Oh yeah, Lucky. Do you have me on this account? Otherwise, if you have your in-game name for me, I can invite you in. Because yeah, we're likely gonna do several retaliations here. Maybe some other stuff if people are interested in other stuff. Mostly I just want to run in a, like, not per se coordinated, but just somewhat coordinated, and then see if I can keep uptime on beacon. Getting caught up in all the other allies we have here. And yeah, these randoms around are actually kind of nice as well sometimes, with the extra decoys. Get you in here. I think you do see it on your buff bar. It should show up there if you're... Yeah, it doesn't like show above you indeed, man. That's alright. Got you in right after we captured it here, but we're gonna go jump into a retaliation anyway. Because I should have triggered both mine and... Does it not show up on your buff bar when we're close? I think with BDS it did, right? Sure. Yeah. Well, we're just doing a few retaliations. If you want to join, let me know. Actually, yeah. Let's see which retaliations we even have available here. Let's go with that. I have E-small. So maybe do this one first. Or maybe we'll do both, likely. Also, yeah, hyenas likely people still need it for thingy. Okay. Yeah, that it showed up on the buffer. It's like the fourth one I have there. Like it's the like the wire thing. Yeah, Malin, if you have your in-game name for me, do I have you on friends list? Otherwise, feel free to join. But so what's the beacon? The beacon is the new exotic for this season. We just started the season, so this is the exotic gear. The bittersweet is the exotic rifle, and imminence unit alloys is the new brand set, and Coco is the new concentrated company's new gear set. So a bunch of new stuff. Yeah, but if you have your in-game name for me. Okay. Oh, there was it getting caught up in... Like it was getting caught up in... Because yeah, it likely would think it's a link. Also, yeah, feel free to send me a friend's request on main account if you. It's that one right? Yeah. Yeah. Once everything is loaded in, well, actually, well, it has a gather anyway. Yeah, let's get that southwest one done first, and then we'll go from there. Oh, oh, actually, yeah, sorry, we filled that, but we can see if maybe after this one, if people had their fill or something. Open it. Yeah, this one's a very obvious route as we just go for first one and then the second one. Likely even avoid those. Not the ones in front though. Oh, and oh no, actually this, yeah, no, not this highness. I was about to say watch out for the elite turrets, but that's a true sun issue. There's like, oh yeah, the new obliterate is the way to go, kind of, for all obliterates moving kind of forward. I wish that were kind of separated out. Gonna go up there, but I'm considering. Oh, there's no extra waves here. Let's see. Actually, let's go into defense right away because we're kind of out here. We just keep in the streets and spawn camp them. Sure should turn down some directives maybe for XP. Although we'll have, there's a triple XP next week. Let's just be lazy. Oops, all medics. Was that a dragon? Those and yeah. I'm going to get a control point loot too. Oh, kill sway. That's the downside of not having the voice lines turned on as well, because you know, that call out at least would go out right away, and then the pop up would happen later, right? I only have the pop-up. Nah. Any hard. Same. And happy to hear it's been helpful. Switch. Oh, exact 2 wrong. That was what crit chance, crit damage. That would have been really good. I kind of want to have actually a backpack crit chance, crit damages for test. Then, although when it, well, only on Heartbreaker it'll be better than Cheska. Especially for the 5% stacking as well. What is this for, with the new brand set? If you're running maining ARs, 2-piece, like if we're talking, the thing is though that like high end's really only, especially the raid one is kind of good, but there you want perfect glass anyway. So actually this, although you could 2-piece in, you could 2-piece in unit. Let's go through the middle street here, avoiding going the Isaac crowds. But if you just want to go, for instance, a high-end obliterate one, yeah, you would go the 2 lowest pieces would be the Fenris and the Grupo. Like if it's a Contractor's Fox. Well, actually nowadays Overdogs is also too good for that, right? Like, so would be maybe Overdogs, Fox, Equalizer plus a unit piece. Can be Salvo, but it's basically the same. Output likely, and then you lose on the sustained DPS. On the burst DPS you gain. Oh, another kill score. Nice. This is then likely on. Is it the last one was a chill squad, right? I'll use my hive here. It's gonna need to get to this corner. Yeah. Leave those guys actually for now. Oh yeah, I actually forgot. It's easy to just get in the mindset of just shoot. Okay. But I need to actually uptime the thingy. And let's go through here. Yeah, let's take the stairs here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we are going too far that way, but also we make these guys per se. Well, let's take this short round here. Just yeah, here. And yeah, let me catch up here. But yeah, basically the 2Ps, especially if you're using ARs, like yeah, is unmatchable for also high ends, as long as you're going to obliterate as well. But even actually in the glass one, you could likely stick in. You could go for the 2Ps as well, even. Because you could give up the whole surplus with something else and then. There's a second I stop shooting. Pops up. Right here. And those guys do a lot more damage. The only thing that's kind of weird with commanders is that they put the damage on the people that are also damage reduced. I feel you should separate those. Yeah, already ready. Defense. Side a look at things. Lighting on this is kind of just kind of weird. Yeah, that this is the last control point, so yeah, make sure to kind of get your loots. Yeah, so like LA's gonna be done there. So yeah, my turn to loot. And this guy hasn't been renamed yet to X's instead of tweets. Oh, double tweets. I guess that is yeah, weather is not universal. Sorry, I missed that earlier. But yeah, weather is just per session. That's why you can sometimes, yeah, go from your own sunny world into someone's sandstorm or vice versa. I sometimes use it even for intros and stuff, just we can reset the world just to have like some sunshine or something, like just session change. Yeah, this guy should get cleaned up because I think use a moment to open up some of those caches. It goes just level host, server function, got overdose gloves and group of chests. Well, no, the chest would be equalizer. It just leaves mask basically. You could make a case if you're going 2-piece, that third piece isn't the worst. Like if you're going 2-piece like that. But also 50% magazine sizes. But yeah, just whatever damage brand is remaining. And then yeah, exotic wise, either POD, Tinkerer, Overdogs, Centurion, Bloody. New rival beta suite for the headshot items on consoles. Yeah, that's the biggest kind of thing with it. I think it's like it's actually going to be mostly useful for that bonus armor that it kind of has. You could try to lay in on the onto the share that one into the headshot and stuff, but you kind of need some handling to go with it. Otherwise, it's not that effective. With Dark Winter here, if somebody wants one. There's a beacon. As I were at the White House there. And yeah, if everybody is everybody up for one more? Although it's a longer one. Yeah. So we go do the E small one as well. Oh, actually, am I in this character? Oh yeah. We'll have E small will be 3 control points actually, so it's even one shorter. So that's nice. Because yeah, they actually the bounty cheese characters, if they don't have the control point, it's just skipped in this. So we'll just go hit that one first and then run that way. Just see if I miss any chatter. Yeah, but I do think like actually it'll be maybe useful for healing builds, just for the bonus armor. That might actually be more the thing to take it for, and using that bonus armor to just keep stuff from falling over. I'm kind of considering actually making an MA build for it, because one thing you can do is just also, yeah, smart cover, like for the weapon handling, will be a pretty good way to kind of get a little bit of it. Yeah, once everybody's ready, we'll go out. Especially for myself as well. Actually, for this character, I should make it the whole star. Shield for bacon. Well, yeah, the skill efficiency will feed into the skill health and also the haste on it. I think everybody's ready. Right. Oh, you mean for activating it now? Shield will likely not count for this. I haven't tried it, but also, even if it did, wouldn't be like you kind of want this one. This one is not worth it per se. Well, at least, well, you know what? It's actually good. We should know. And I'm gonna guess no, because skills like that and like I'm just gonna run to the range for a second. Usually don't trigger also things like companion and stuff like that. Oh yeah. Because these are personal, these are attached to us, kind of like the pulling out the cam. Well, actually, good thing to test. Yeah, let's get going onto this. I always forget that the initiate is on that side. Also, yeah, and I've had it with this thing. Just go old school FAMAS. In the build with unit alloys, you can, especially if you're using an obliterate striker, sticking in the equalizer. Like the equalizer is the big piece. The equalizer is like actually pretty close to a best in slot. And actually we're going this way. For once. Because I normally would run out that way. I'm not sure Isaac really... yeah, it's kind of faster because this puts us here. Now from here we can just run. Oh, yeah, it's reduction of course. Also, they should make it just so that reduction will be affected by two players shooting him. Because actually, one of the things you can do with that is just if the companion shoots him and you shoot him within 8 seconds, basically turns it off. Let's just bypass those guys. So actually here at the start, we'll... Because normally we'd do a quick control point here, but this time around we're not. Oh, it's just a resource. She didn't know there was a crate there. Daggy didn't make it. Oh, just enjoy. I mean, it can go in basically any build that could have a blitz rate. Like a strikers is the top end build still. And it fits in there nice, but yeah, negotiator with obliterate, Hunter's Fury with obliterate, tipping skills with obliterate. Basically, most of the builds that especially can use equalizer. Because yeah, some gear sets you don't want to take the chest off. OD, Heartbreaker Kind of want to go with chest piece on the gear set. And now let's run in and hit sanitizer. Oh, that's not the grenade I think it is it? Yeah. I have demo. Okay, that's fine. We'll give some team DTAC. They're in the supply room. We need to capture this area so we can kill them. But yeah, we won't have access to them until we clear this out. With strikers, I mean, several things compete. And so especially chest striker is for some stuff just too good, like especially legendaries and such. Well, they maybe at some point should just reconsider what chest striker is. But tipping skills and even the concentrated company. So concentrated company at full stacks is pretty competitive to an obliterate striker. But like striker, like after this fight, I'm already at full stacks, right? Like that thing needs a lot longer, but then also retains it for much longer. So, but actually, the concentrated company and the buff that they gave it kind of was quite big in the large scheme of things. Basically, they gave it an extra killer on top that's at full stacks. Thing is, though, striker much more quickly will feel not weak. That one, until you get like halfway stacked, will feel pretty weak. Striker already like a mag in will feel a lot better. That's why it also will likely stay the general meta. Now let's deal with these guys. The real prize, killing these guys. These problems with better TB's unit. Focus on more. It depends on if you're running glass, because already without glass, like Cheska, Fenris, Grupo was overall a better pick. But with glass, you kind of want to go sacrifice anyway. So sacrifice gift, because that second piece is kind of worth it anyway. Kind of depends how your crit chance lands, and then you basically fill up with the other ones. But yeah, 2-piece unit would be definitely the go-to. Like it would take that. Like if you want to have that sacrifice gift, 2-piece unit, Fox plus exotic. Yep. Let's keep going. I mean, again, yeah, there's a bunch of other styles of builds you could go for that are. Because even Negotiator, for instance, can be very competitive with, you know, like Negotiator is the one that can be competitive even with Chest Striker, if in the right situations. But yeah, that's the thing. Striker just works everywhere. Doesn't need. The right situation for Striker is that there is an enemy that you can shoot. Like Negotiator needs 3 enemies. But yeah, tipping skills on this Fury. Like nowadays, we have a bunch of other stuff with different playstyles. Because even Heartbreaker is competitive with Obliterate Striker, for instance. But Just stacks worse, but then like it's basically the same. I mean, of course, but likely starting kind of more next weekish. As always, I do my in-depth looks. That's actually what I base the changes on. Like that. That's why we do in-depth looks and stuff like that. So, but first, gonna kind of finish up some of these in-depth looks, look into some gear, and then we can kind of from those we'll make the decisions on changes. But yeah, the build collection definitely is like all the strikers are going to change. Everything with obliterate is going to change. Oh yeah, we can't go through the control point here actually, because anyway, but yeah, we go for now. But yeah, this control point we just skip. Although actually the gate's open. It's hard to tell. No, the gate's closed, so we have to cross underneath. Because this character just doesn't have this control point, so we can just skip it. Because you get rewards and stuff for this, of course, as well, and time. So now we're actually a little, not per se short on time, but a kill squad would be nice. Because normally you would have this control point giving you some time as well, so we'll be coming here. Also for sack. What do you mean for sack? Oh, for sacrifice. Oh yeah, I mean, yes. The thing is though that sacrifice as well, kind of like just its damage output is instant and stuff. That's more the thing. Actually, with sacrifice in there, yeah, 2p, and actually likely Salvo will win as well because you're pushing up the chat a little bit. So, and also the high ends usually end up on higher crit damage anyway, so might be a good place to eat some crit chance basically. So you take a crit damage Fox, crit damage Salvo. For high end. Because of that, yeah, the high ends aren't very competitive. But I have an obliterate high end as well in the build collection. That'll likely get changed as well too. To be with equalizer, likely equalizer plus salvo. Companion, we're all on cooldown, I think. Oh, kill squad, kill squad. Try to deal with the kill squad separately without aggroing the control point if we can. Which we can. And it solves our... No, we didn't per se have time issues yet, but we didn't have an overabundance yet. Oh, actually, there's something still alive. The kill squad. Sniper went for the minigun. We'll just kill him together with the rest. Let's watch out for that minigun. Really starting to think, because I don't know if you're around that. Was maybe that table for just normal loot as well? So I'm really starting to feel equalizer and salvo are not in targeted. So maybe they were just in the normals. Because literally the only salvo I've seen recently was a normal drop alongside of the units. And I've actually asked around and I still haven't had anybody like give a screenshot of a guaranteed one or like one that would show outright. Because yeah, if we have a normal drop next to a salvo or next to an equalizer, that is, you know, not targeted plus a targeted, yeah, then the equalizer is targeted. Right? Because I've seen a bunch of people, like, even when asking, like, even explaining it, but then, like, they show, they pull out, like, hunter drops and stuff from Countdown, which is like, well, yeah, but yes, it shows it as targeted, but man. Let's go into defense. Signals are, yeah. I had the feeling they're not in targeted, maybe. Anyway, I'm not pushing too much in there because might get surrounded. So we kind of got sidetracked with some other enemies there. Oh, I don't know. Actually, wait, this is my guy? No, it's not my guy. For some there, I thought they didn't come heal you because I pulled out my guy by just, you know, fat fingering R and hitting T as well. And yeah, he was a skater boy. We said, just give us your control point, boy. Ow. Bye. First to safety, then to murder. Build up in the range if you don't worry about the stacks. Thing is though that, yeah, do you want to do that really every time you want to do something? Is the thing. But yeah, you can build it up there. Indeed. But I think for just as a being able to recommend it is really kind of reliant as well on just general usability. Let's go over there. There's also stuff like that still wouldn't per se work for instance, if you want to do anything in New York or if you want to matchmake. Oh, there we go. Actually, the game finally. Okay, you know what? I'll take it for myself then. The screenshot. I'll share this one actually, but so yeah, it is in there then. Wonder if it's then maybe just a weird drop rate or something compared to, because even like sacrifice and stuff, which is rare but not that rare. A lot of the names don't. Some names are like very common, but they're just incorrectly marked as names, so they drop basically at the same drop rate as just a single piece. Or any, like, you know, any of the other pieces. Hermano, for instance. Although I haven't farmed in a while, I don't know actually if that's still true. But second one as well. I'll share those after. Both of those were from Target, so the game going like, you know what? I'm gonna prove you wrong right here in front of everybody. You take your speculations and stick them up your wisdom tooth. Because of the way that that was structured there, that could only be from target. That was the screenshot I was. I asked a few people for that, and none of them had that. Even with some other drops. Yeah. Let's start making ready to, once everybody's looted up and everything, start getting ready to go that away. I know, with those 2 kill squads. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, luck is also a factor. Well, RNG is a factor. I was reaching... Oh, named items have a combined... Like, it's not set per item, is it? Maybe it's just an item we want again, and it's been a while since we wanted an item, so... I've already as well completely forgotten to beacon the whole time. Or to pay attention to beaconing. Should have actually called it bacon, and then also like your character has a trail of like... of course she drops loot. Like as if they're smelling or something, smelling of something. And then, you know, you smell like bacon, so everybody wants to be near you, so everybody likes to smell and wants to be close. Well, at least there is a marker above the head of the person wearing it. And let's link up again and go for this. And this is our last control point, so be sure to kind of loot along the way. Although this one isn't too spread out, so... Oh, wow. Oh, there is an angle where you can... That one always just opens, you know, it's one of those ones where it automatically opens and then drops the loot on the ground. Yeah, let's... It's super effective, but why not? Unlikely we'll finish this one, and then I'm gonna take my leave again and just work a little bit on the unit piece thing. And I might actually just record the beacons video. Honestly, most of the discussion is gonna be about... the region and also the distance. Let's also forget this first wave always spawns on two ends. There's something to be said that you can be a lot more mobile with this than Overwatch. Because normally with Overwatch it's kind of super annoying that you're kind of, you know, stuck like this kind of, and you can cover to cover, but you can't just frolic. Oops, over in the ears. Okay, game, you're being a dick now. Proved your point. Fine, I was wrong. You're just throwing all the names suddenly. And then also in a configuration that, yeah, kind of proves it's in targeted. And we just had to remind it. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, let me catch up actually. Kind of in there because kind of have to be. Retaliations give no pauses. Well, the concentrated, because it just takes quite a while to get to high numbers. It also depends on what you're kind of doing, even solo. Like, yeah, if you're constantly going from activities and stuff, yeah, definitely could see that. It's weird that they broke the timer again as well. It's kind of annoying. So kind of, yeah. Well, it doesn't need to be just a drop as that we had, but specifically targeted loot. But that's the what we need. But also, yes, I've gotten them in both now in a configuration that shows that they are in targeted loot guarantee. But yes, I'm aware now. Yeah. But up to now, I hadn't seen a picture. So I had seen many, for instance, equalizer, and then another piece of unit alloys that doesn't show that it's from target loot. That means that one of the two pieces was from target loot, one of the pieces was from normal. And I've seen a lot of screenshots like that, or from hunter drops, and that doesn't prove. At least I hadn't seen a target loot one. But the game there went out of its way to show me that, yep, it is definitely in target loot. Yeah, I'm actually going to share these equalizers over. Actually, I'll not that here because when somebody leaves, might break, but I'll do that by test. But yeah, if anybody needs either equalizer here, one of them is kind of, actually, one of them is pretty good even. One of them is actually well usable. All of them crit chance, crit damage if I'm optimizing them, unless they're max rolls. And a salvo too. I'm gonna hang on to that one myself. Should just going for the inside one. So I likely need masks and gloves mostly for that. Yeah, let's pop these. Actually, let's clean up this first. And then, yeah, thank you guys for helping out there with some retaliations. Especially as well, kind of gave me a better grasp on this beacon, on this bacon. It's pretty tasty, but it's like fake bacon. And I'll let you guys fight it out. Who wants which one? Although I think likely Loki or like, I'm gonna guess 20 likely has the blueprints, I would think. But yeah, thanks for the runs. Yeah, GG's. Yes, I'm gonna go do some calculation stuff. And I'll leave you gents to it. Yeah, let's and yeah, thanks again for the help there. It's kind of fun running around with trying to keep this active as we went. Let me catch up actually. Sorry, didn't catch up actually there. Actually, that's from a while back, but yeah. You know, they just well, not particularly. Like in a lot of builds, it'll go with like 2 pieces. Salvo is a pretty easy piece to stick in there. Likely the way I'm gonna save a bunch of mine is either equalizer. Well, all of them equalizer. Equalizer plus either glove or mask as units. It kind of depends on what the build kind of set up for. This one is more set up for Tinkerer. So this will be like the mask slot. I'll take units and then that way. But also on all my characters, I have 6 pieces for Striker. So I have all the options open to me. That's kind of as well what I would recommend, just having all pieces ready. Because, you know, sometimes you just want to play around as well and such. Just for which was oh yeah, most going forward. Although the thing is, for instance, yeah, Chess Striker actually, for instance, Cheska Overdogs. But then there's also, you can go 2-piece unit, which works out pretty well as just, you know, for places where unit doesn't work. And then yeah, I could likely go Salvo plus that, even on Striker, even though that's like basically the same as the other one. But yeah, for instance, Cheska Overdogs is still a tiny bit better, so it also kind of matters on what the build is, kind of. The alright bittersweet feature. I should have built the ad because all the Changeling Foxes. Oh, as head hunting. I'm not gonna use that one for head hunting, most likely. But I could see it working out decently well, yeah. And no worries. Thanks for murdering hundreds of enemies. Yeah, so let's go over here. We have 2 options we can go for. Wait, when did I put out? Okay, so 2 days ago. Because we might go for bacon and just get bacon done. I feel I know enough for bacon. Oh yeah, actually we should check one last things here. But we could colorize this, check those last things, and then maybe just record beacon. And then we can go back to unit after. This one. Yeah, there's a. You can craft them pretty good, especially as well. Yeah, there you can take vigilance plus head enter. Well, the thing is, from a group perspective, or at least, well, if you're using it in a group setting, that chest is pretty good on FI. Because also, I'm likely not gonna make. I'm not gonna go that route with it. Because it's also not doing like determined, right? Like it's doing. Because with headhunter, it doesn't work out in that way, right? Like it just does body shots and you lose your headhunter, right? If I remember right from PTS. But also, yeah, those kind of setups don't interest me too much. I do want to make a red MA with it though, and then use it much more for its bonus armor side of things. Yeah, let's colorize all this. Or let's give this all colors. So we go. Let's go greens for this. Also, Bittersweet is gonna be a future in-depth look as well. So these go red. But this will even include Cheska one. The unit was gonna win was a given there. Just go with that. There we go. So we have the that's leading into this. So maybe I need to do here. Actually. Let's try this away. Actually, yeah, no, let's just do it like this. Separation between the two with this, and then it's good enough. Let's try and thinking of like going from darker red to a brighter red all the way through, but let's do like that. Okay. And then so I have this there. I went down the wrong gullet. But that's fine. It's fine. Oh yeah, and then we need to as well remember to do this one this way as well, because that eats into that. Well, we can also just discuss that. So weird that the disk gap isn't larger. Just seems odd. Let me get you here for a sec. Okay. Let's use just this outfit for that intro then. I was trying to think actually, is there a mural, pick mural or something? I remember like in my brain kind of going over. Well, actually, wait, there's an, is that a pick or what is that? Although we've used that already, but we could reuse it. New York is green anyway, right? So that's more like a swine or something, right? It's like, it's the Timuna Pumba kind of thing. Could use something to snack on as well in a minute. Yeah, let's actually have a look. Because I was otherwise thinking of like doing it in front of like a restaurant. There's I think there is one of those on one of the ones there is like an extra bacon thing, right? Or yeah. I think maybe we just do this, right? Actually. We used this one well, not recently, but I remember using this a few months ago. Is it the refactor? Bacon, right? Let's make sure actually this all works. And oh yeah, we'll need to. And yeah, she had a normal short, a short shirt. Also doesn't show chest. Let's actually just do. Yeah. Show it later. I totally remember what it was called. Oh yeah, Airborne Warrior. What's in game time? Okay. Maybe for the intro because yeah, that's too far away. I was thinking it would be kind of cool to have the glow, the or like the mask down basically. How about you go wait? We don't need you. So let's deactivate this for now actually. I mean, yeah, this was the one that we kind of had in here, right? Yeah, basically Beacon plus Jessica. Yeah. Let's do the Elmo just for the skin. Like that. for doing that, let's do this one also with a skin. Just that's good enough for intro rates. Then let me take a quick bio break. There's actually already ads running. I'll be right back, and then we'll get going with recording. I'll be right back. That's not the right way. Also, some snacks. Back. Oh, that way. Let's actually, yeah, let's make a quick folder for recording, and then. Well, actually, I needed to wait. Let me do that. Just have access to second again if I need it. Because I wouldn't mind checking actually if no regen out of combat as well. That would be a handy one to know. Because actually that might make it good for no regen seasons. At least. But let's also make a quick folder. New folder 251207 beacon IDL. I should update the game over there. I don't remember. Good. I'll either way as well. I'll not take too long. We'll be on the intro anyway for a bit. Yeah, let me put those here. Just quickly grabbing a description file to alter. Really should well, that's different every time, right? So I should make a base description file that I can just slap on a bunch of stuff. get beacon, and then actually structure-wise as well. So we'll go how to get the beacon, how the beacon works, and also and how to get the beacon. Not currently having other sources for it. Then likely we'll go to calculations and then maybe some gameplay to kind of break it up. Or not. Actually, just quickly checking on. Okay, I think I'm checking now because yeah, they actually didn't update to the newest patch. Although, or is this? Was there a patch included with that second mate? Maybe. All the 7 gigabytes, but it'll be quick. It's the nice thing about having decently fast internet. Well, it's a decently slow system, so it'll likely still take quite a bunch of time after. Somehow make use of this. I think it's a little bit much, maybe. That's a bit much. Windows having kind of an yeah. A little bit that way. I don't mind that. Yeah, let's do an intro and then we go from there. Also, just rename this one Beacon. Beacon. Oh, yeah, so Beacon, in-depth look, timestamps. Actually, we should lay out how in what order we're going, which is, yeah, first how to get it, what it is, and then its damage side of things, and some gameplay. Okay. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try a take. We have a bunch of sunlight still remaining, so we have the time to get her done. What was my name again? Oh yeah. Hi, I'm Bjork. Yeah, no, that's good. Actually, do a test recording there. Yeah, that works. Let's make my hair look less worse a tiny bit. Good that side. No, good that side. Kind of go away. Less messy. Although, who cares? Nobody cares how I look, which is a good thing. It makes it easier. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have it's always I'm going to. Let's try it again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the beacon as this new gear chest I was about to say, but that's yeah, chest piece, gear chest piece. exotic gear, chest piece exotic gear. Just chest, this new exotic chest. Take 78. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the Beacon exotic chest. This new exotic for Year 7 Season 3 is actually pretty interesting, as it is a group-wide buff that is based on having some more damage, but also having some more skill efficiency, which could translate into a little bit of damage, and some regen to go with it. All tied together in a chest piece that requires you to be close to your allies. And that might be actually the part that is hardest to do with this. But we'll look at that when we get there. This will be all timestamped so you can jump around. There'll be several chapters underneath here as we'll go over how to get it and then what it does. And then jump into some calculations. They'll be primarily focused on the damage side of things, but it does more than just damage. And that's actually important to keep in mind as we go through here. And then we'll take it actually into some gameplay, show kind of how it does or does not work out, and then reach a conclusion. So yeah, let's go, get started. Good enough. Not that many ads and ams and oohs. Is fine. Let's make sure the audio actually. I want to have an in-depth look into the gameplay, show kind of how it and that's good. Where was it on the season? 29. Yeah. Also the blueprints. Yeah. Also, yeah, let's actually here already take this off. It's kind of the best way to, because with weapons at least we have access to. Because I will do basically how to get it and what it looks like first, and then yeah. So then we'll do it from here. Yeah. Missed no. Let's go into here. And let's start by where we get the bacon from. I was in my head going like, don't say bacon, don't say bacon, don't say bacon. It's beacon, don't say bacon. And I went bacon still. I'm awake. Am I? Who knows? Is this a dream? I don't know. Am I your dream, or are you guys in my dream, or is it all a dream altogether? Yeah. And let's start out by looking at where we get the beacon from, as this beacon comes from the season track for this season, and it is at level 29, so pretty early in it. Together with getting the beacon, when you claim this, you also get the blueprint for it to reconfigure it. It only comes with the stats that it has, the red core plus crit chance crit damage. It doesn't reconfigure into anything else, but at least sometimes it can be worthwhile to, if it comes with way low stats, to maybe take a chance, re-roll it once, maybe you get some better stats out of it, as I did actually, as the first one that I got would have taken quite a bit of optimization, and the second, just a re-roll, helped out a little bit. You only get a 1 from this season. It isn't in the target loot pools. You cannot receive more of them from either targeted or exotic caches or such. And most likely that will be the case, as it has been for the last few seasons with exotics like the overdogs and such, where we won't get a chance at a second one until the stretch goals, which is a system I'm not per se too happy about. I would think that in the past, in the long past at this point, because several seasons, at this point 5-6 seasons, this hasn't been the case. Once you got it once from the season track, then it would start being in your exotic loot pool, and you could get it from targeted loot or from exotic caches. For the last 5 or so seasons, this hasn't been the case, even though still people say that. In this case, again, like last season's Overdogs, this isn't in targeted loot at all. And for instance as well, it won't, for this season, Overdogs went into the retaliation blueprint pool, and we can, for instance, get Shroud and Overdogs from just the retaliation system. That'll likely be the case here again. But yeah, watch out with the one that you get, because you basically only get one until the end of the season. Make sure to favorite it and just hang on to it, as yeah, they are actually somewhat rare because of that. Oh, rambly, but also just 2 minutes. It's fine. Let's not overthink it. Well, let's go stand here in the sunlight. Yeah. And then just quickly looks-wise, as we have it on the character model here, it looks like a ballistic vest that has seen better times. It has been hit a few times here and there, and somebody is just muddying around with some electronics here, likely to buff our allies. It is actually an ununique item from the looks perspective, as all exotics often are, but it's a pretty bland one, and nothing too interesting here. I just a quick looking at it, because people like that, and then we won't even include that as its own timestamp, because it's just going to be part of the where we get it from. And then yeah, well, and now we go to what it does. Let's put that one away. Yeah. Let's go into the explainer piece. Then yeah. Wait, was the ally and just skills? Yeah. And then looking at what the beacon can mean for us. As its flavor text, it has a with me, as yeah, that is the thing we do want allies to do, to stick with us and, you know, be close. It always comes with a red core, crit chance, crit damage as its stats, a mod slot, of course, available there. And as its talent is the talent Bond, James Bond. Both you and allies receive plus 30% crit damage, plus 15 skill efficiency, and plus 2% armor regen when an ally is within 10 meters of you. Then there's also receive 15 crit damage, 8% skill efficiency, and 1% armor regen when one of your skills is within 10 meters of you. And only the highest group of buffs can be active at one time. So one is based on ally, and of course this season's companion counts for this. Your teammates, if you're running in a group, will count for this, but even actually NPCs out in the world just by themselves will count for this as well, as they often trigger as the same way, for instance, that companion does. Basically anything that would trigger companion triggers this ally. Then also, when one of your skills is within 10 meters of you, you basically get half of the stats that you would if an ally is within range. So if you're running this solo without a companion, for instance, in future seasons, and you're just using a skill, you basically get half of the value out of it. But skill, of course, is much more controllable to be near you, especially if you take, for instance, an healing drone that can follow you around and stay within 10 meters, where, of course, with allies, this 10 meters is, I'll give away already, kind of the biggest hurdles we have to get through here. It is well doable in coordinated teams, and especially if you are on comms with allies. But especially, of course, if we think of just match-made groups, yeah, everybody's just running around like a headless chicken and trying to herd cats, quite almost literally, is a challenge sometimes. Only, as it says here, the highest group of buffs can be active at one time. So meaning that basically if you have an ally nearby, this will be active. If you don't have an ally nearby, but you do have a skill, then this one will be active. And otherwise, nothing will. And this is also, at the time of this video, when you see it, a little bit of an issue, as this isn't true, at least not in this way, because you can stack it from multiple people. Throughout this video, we won't actually be considering it in that way. I think that isn't intended. We'll have to see over time if they actually fix it, because also even with intentions or not, it depends on if they fix it as well, if it's intended to be different. But currently, multiple people running this will apply the buffs to each other, and you can basically stack it. And because of that, you get a runaway effect when you have, for instance, 4 of them in a group. But I don't think that is intended, because especially things like 8% armor regen is a bit much to be able to be gotten. And because of that, we'll be looking at it in here just in the way that I think it is intended, that in the same way as, for instance, a coyote, if you have multiple coyotes, if they are in the same range, while you can have separate ranges active at one time, you can't have, for instance, 3 mid-range buffs at the same time. With this as well, I think it is intended to just have 1 of these at most. And yeah, because of that, we'll be looking at it in that way. And yeah, that skill as well, it is important to note that deployed skills and such will count for this. In-world item skills will count for this, like Firefly and drones and such. Firefly very briefly, of course, as it will get away from you pretty quick. But things like shield and handheld skills will not count for this. So you can't just have this bonus up just by having a shield out. Actually, I took a deep breath, but that's actually where we're gonna cut that. Because I forgot that. Although, well, I don't forget, but yeah, we're gonna. Although, actually, I'm not high enough level there, am I? I realize now. Let's actually boot up the other side. Make sure the audio is still the same in this way. Because yeah, I get up here for a second. Kind of in my own world. This game's still going. No, hasn't stopped ever. Oh no, well, actually it didn't. For a while, it was uncertain if it had a future, but no, Division has been going and chugging along all this time. Years. I mean, it's been a lot of years, but also no. There's been plenty of good games coming out of, well, a lot of places. And then looking at what but yeah, Division was always kind of intended for a long duration, but also, yeah, they did fumble a little bit, but they're doing better now. At least, you know, there's definitely worse stories out there. Let me quickly check actually on the other account if I have the beacon. Otherwise, I might want. Yeah, let me see. And for those maybe joining, I'm recording a video, so that's why we're kind of, yeah, we're not going around and, you know, playing. I'm in the meantime just booting up second account on the other system. But I now realize actually I don't have the beacon there, right? Oh, that's fine. Like, screw it. I wanted to just show the icon on other players, but we'll likely might even do a get 4 players together. At least now it will be easier as well to control the other accounts when I have them up. So let's actually just do it out here with the piggy in the background. But yeah, I'm loading up the other accounts just to join here in a sec. Of course, now it starts to rain. Shitty weather. Actually, yeah, it's gonna be drowsy. Let's actually let's do this. See if it puts me in a different session when I do. It shouldn't. It should be raining here as well. Yeah. See if we can get the rain to go away. If only it was that easy in real life. If you want to just sit here and shit talk, like, I'm not going to defend Ubisoft. They're you know, I have no cares. But also, like, yeah, you know, basically trying to be a dick is also, you know, not a good look. Because if nothing else, they still produce a bunch of things, right? Like, they've made plenty of games that I've enjoyed through the years, including this one. So, whereas, you know, some companies that are doing really well for themselves, I think, are just preying on, you know, people's gambling addictions. Let's not beat around that bush. But also, if you think that stock price means something, yeah, I would recommend some NVIDIA stock and see how that feels in 2 years. Although, well, NVIDIA will do fine, but OpenAI won't. Let's tune back up again. Yeah, let's go back here. Yeah, just to trigger the thing. No, the other counts 13. That's also fine. So where's the edge? Yeah, we can just use that. Yeah. And then from a gameplay perspective, just to show the icons and such as well. Here I've recruited a double ganger as if I get into range of them into that 10 meters. And 10 meters is actually, well, it's sometimes closer than you think. It's sometimes further away than you think. But it is definitely a decent distance. For instance, here we can kind of edge it all the way up to there as we see the icon of it pop up there. And it's, of course, also on the buff bar. So when we have it up on the buff bar, then it is active. The thing to keep in mind is that, yeah, when we are actually out of range, we don't get any bonuses at all, not until we get into range. Now, one thing I could do as well is, of course, for instance, even with the Revive Hive, I can deploy it. Now I have the half skill, or the skill portion of it, which is half stats. But that, of course, yeah, is not per se that much, and especially just 1% regen and such is pretty weak. And this is a way to trigger it, but we can't do it, for instance, with shields and such. But we could, for instance, have a healing drone follow us around. But of course, that doesn't have infinite uptime either. Now, when we remove that, it also doesn't have a different icon for when one or the other is active. So it is sometimes a little bit annoying, especially if you do have, for instance, skills that might be triggering it. It's kind of hard to tell if it's a player triggering it or not. It would be nice if there was different icons for each, but it's kind of fine. And yeah, that 10 meters is definitely the limiting factor here. As we'll go through the numbers and such, honestly, the thing to keep in mind is that, yeah, we need to be about that close to a different player to give them the buff. I'm gonna murder these guys. They're being too loud. Go away. I'm trying to record here. Just set the world to normal. Yeah, I just hear the shooting in the background, just distracting me. We can just... Also, I wouldn't mind recording that. I kind of fumbled 2 sentences fully. Don't make me come down there. No, seriously, don't make me come down there. Oh, it's there. A little bit outside of optimal. Okay, let's retry that. No. And just to show its buffs and such on the buff bar, here we see the icon for it. This icon as well will be actually above my character. So in the same way that, for instance, when you see a different player running things like Tinkerer or such, where you see the icon above their head out in the open world, you will see the players that are running Beacon marked by that. And then when we get out of range, as I've recruited this double ganger to kind of stand in there for us, if we get out of range, the icon disappears. When we get back in range again, it reappears. And it is that 10 meters, as we can kind of check here with the grenade distance indicator, even though that isn't perfect, but close enough. And of course, we can trigger it also with the skills. Now here, just deploying a hive like I have here, that will actually trigger it. Now, of course, the skill side of things is basically half of those stats, and that's not per se worth it. Trying to make it work alongside of a turret drone or something wouldn't really be the way to use this. I feel this is definitely a group running exercise. Now, there is no separate icon for when it is an ally or a skill. So for instance, if I get close to my ally, it doesn't change in any way. So making it hard to tell if it is your skill or if it is an ally. Now, of course, if I'm running, I don't have my hive deployed and my pulse is not, even though, for instance, if I activate my pulse, that wouldn't trigger the beacon. Of course, that doesn't have, the pulse does not put something out in the open world, except for the remote pulse. That distance is really the limiting factor here, because while we can get a decent part apart, just being in 10 meters is not something that honestly naturally really happens, especially in just general gameplay and, for instance, match-made gameplay or something. I find myself kind of separating out from the pack. Usually, if like 2 people already go this way, I'll go that other way just to cover that side if I know the respawn's going to happen there or such. And really, the limiting factor will always be that distance. It is just distance. So, for instance, in a minute, we'll look as well at Overwatch, for instance, as a way of buffing allies. Now, with Overwatch, of course, we would need to be in cover and such. Here, we just need to be close to each other. Thing to remember as well is that when we are out of range and don't have a skill deployed, it's basically completely inactive. There isn't an participation prize for just wearing it just by itself. And yeah, it does hurt quite a bit when you try to keep up with your allies, but they just keep running away from you. Now, of course, in coordinated teams and in some such situations, we can, of course, make sure that we are all together and that the buff is active on everybody. A little rambly, but 2 minutes 54, that's fine. All this together is a total of less than 10. Yeah. Well, 1054 actually, man. Okay. You know what? I'll leave the other account here to deal with. Oh, no, actually. Or, well, no. Leave me. I'll go to the range here. Calculations section. Yeah. Let's not leave them in New York either. Actually, later on, I want to... or maybe we do that now. Back to that. No, maybe we do that at the end. I want to check if no regen. This regen's out of combat. I'm gonna guess no, because why would it? Like all other armor regen is is in combat only. So, but would still be worth checking out. Yeah, let's grab a Ferocious Calm. Do I have one in stash? Why would I have one in stash? I have one on character too. Which we could go grab. That doesn't matter. We don't have to. Although I can always just go to this. Oh, yeah, there is something here. I think it's all right. Yeah. And then we go here. So yeah, we do first the calculations intro, basically. And then we go from there. If you look at that other account. So yeah, calculations intro and then let's get going. And let's start taking it to the calculation side of things. Now, of course, there is one component of it that adds to damage, that 30% crit damage or 15 with just a skill. And there is actually other bonuses. We have to keep that in mind all throughout here, as we'll be comparing it to, for instance, Overwatch. And there, of course, it's just the skill, well, total weapon damage and total skill damage component to it. It doesn't, for instance, have the skill efficiency or the regen that we have here. Why am I doing? Yeah, no. That comes later. That we need the first intro. My mind's kind of going places. Yeah, let's try. And let's start moving it to some calculations. Here we have a trio of multi-calculators set up. As we'll be looking over the beacon here, mostly what it will trade off when we put this into a build, and how much do you lose on the build itself. Then we'll look actually at how much it provides to other builds, and basically your teammates, if they are running. In this case, we'll take Striker as just, the stand-in for that, both in chest form and in its basic form, and especially as well looking at it compared to Overwatch, which is one of the other things we can take in the chest slot, similar way, but then as well actually not an exotic, so we can have different exotics there. And then we really need to look at it from a group perspective as well. And here, of course, we're kind of looking at it in perfect output and such. That's, of course, in general gameplay, not often going to happen. But here we're dealing with theoreticals, of course. And for those not familiar with these are multi-calculators of my design, and the input will happen down here for the build itself, and then we can have the weapon stats up here. A short name for the build, and then what we especially get at is a damage per mag, a burst DPS, and a sustained DPS, so we can compare those in percentage form against each other. And here as well, we'll be looking at it in Beacon in multiple ways. Also, for this entire in-depth look, we'll have it at 20% headshot rate, and especially this being a crit damage increase, we'll look at it, of course, with 100% and at 0 as well. But it does make quite a difference because, of course, crit damage and headshot will be pulled together before they multiply against the rest. And of course, as well, we'll look at it at 60% DTA rate, but actually here, if I remember right, we don't actually make use of that, as it's all ARs all the way down. And these multi-calculators is also a video on my channel if you want to go much more in-depth with them. Let's go get started with this first one. Hey. And it was fine and felt good. Quick 2-minute overview and explainer. And now we're going to do this first one. And now I do that spiel with Overwatch. So yeah, beacons in that, and then this is just the base build, and then yeah. And this is that. Okay. And let's start looking at it from the perspective of the player running the beacon. As here, what we effectively have is the build as I have it in here, although with a Lexington as the weapon, is a Cheska piece, although we'll be looking at different pieces at that point. 4 pieces of Striker, and then Beacon instead of whatever chests, although we'll be mostly competing it against the equalizer, as that's the go-to now, of course. And how much would we gain or lose? Now, of course, from a very quick perspective, we can already tell that we're going to lose in the damage sense. But this is important throughout this entire calculation part of this. We're mostly looking at this plus 30% crit damage and how much we gain from that. But there's, of course, 2 other stats here. And honestly, in my opinion, this 2% armor regen is actually the prize. This is actually the thing that will make this worth it in some cases. And the 30% crit damage is kind of a little bit extra on top. But of course, yeah, from a damage perspective, that is the one that we'll be looking at in the weapon damage end of things. We also gain 15% skill efficiency, and especially this as well for things like the skill health that it provides for shields and such can actually be impactful. And of course, the skill haste that this provides to everybody will make everybody's skills come back quite a bit faster. And all of that does require then, though, that that ally be within 10 meters of us, and that's actually then really the biggest downside of this. And none of that is really shown within these calculations. We're going to perform them as if we are basically always going to be in range of allies and such, and not per se looking at it from that perspective. So do keep that in mind as we'll come back to actually looking at it holistically within the gameplay. But from a damage perspective, that 30% crit damage, we basically have that on. We can also set it to the skill, and we will in a second. But if we are taking Beacon plus Cheska, or Beacon plus Unit, or Beacon plus Salvo, because we can lay it out in different ways, of course. And the reason as well that I was wearing Cheska there is actually that the Cheska, especially on the sustain end of things as well, does quite a bit better. On the burst, it is close to equal. But then this is, for instance, if I was running Killer, this is before Killer activates. And of course, Killer will add to the crit chance, crit damage side of things. And that will make it so that the Cheska actually falls behind, in this case, behind the Salvo by a tiny bit. So it does kind of depend on which talents we are running, because for instance, instead, if we're running Streamline, then Cheska would stay on top. But the Cheska, especially, even with Killer on, the sustain differences and the damage per mag differences are still there. And because of that, I would lean towards, for instance, if we're min-maxing for having a beacon in there, and then what piece do we take? I would take a Cheska there. Putting Killer back off for now for a second, just so we have the base again. Here we have just strikers with just an equalizer plus a unit and an equalizer plus Cheska. Well, from the unit in that look, we already know the equalizer plus unit is actually going to beat the equalizer plus Cheska as long as it is an AR. And we see that same here. I did include both still though, but yeah, we're really going to look at this equalizer plus unit as kind of a baseline comparison to how much we gain or lose. So with that extra 24 total weapon damage that we would get from the equalizer versus basically that 30 crit damage that we have there from Beacon being active, yeah, there's a 20% difference, and on the sustain end, it's an 18% difference. That's basically what we're giving up for the player that is going to run Beacon, and then, for instance, here in his full striker from a damage perspective. Now, of course, one of the things you can do with Beacon is stick it in more so support kind of builds. It is actually kind of an issue for it that it isn't paired in a way that we could maybe have different stats on it. I wonder in the background if that is possible, but maybe if we had two variants of this, and maybe every time you reconfigure it, you basically get the other one. Because another one with, for instance, having a skill tier, repair skill haste, would actually find some places to find some use, especially, for instance, in measured assembly and such. Because there we could, for instance, then go with different booster hive instead of a healing hive. You take the smart cover, still have no healing from our skills, but then just, for instance, have the 2% regen from here, making it heal allies. But yeah, it is a red core crit chance, crit damage. That means that, for instance, if we do want to stick it in some other builds, we might lose some stats, or maybe they are already going towards that with, like, for instance, a red FI or such. But if we're looking at it from just the pure perspective of how much damage would we lose if we're just running the Beacon instead of an equalizer, yeah, it is, of course, a pretty big gap. And we see that as well here, actually going from then there's, of course, overdogs that exist. Now here with overdogs just all the times 100% active, we even jump up way higher, as we see here. They basically compound together, of course, multiplying towards each other, and then, yeah, we land on a quite higher number. Now, if we're running the equalizer plus overdogs, we could, of course, say that, yeah, we shouldn't have it at 100% uptime. Let's even make it half uptime, which I feel actually in a lot of situations, you'll be above half uptime on the overdogs. Even then, that is quite a bit ahead. And that's really why that is kind of the meta that we go for nowadays for just the general build. And then if we're dropping it down to a Beacon, of course, we can't take the overdogs. We can't take Beacon overdogs because it is the exotic. It is taking that slot. But then what we could say is that for other talents, we could. So here with Ferocious Calm, which is perfect Overwatch, we could actually go Ferocious Calm for ourselves, and then together with overdogs for ourselves, and then give, of course, that perfect Overwatch bonus to everybody in the team, and then especially as well without the requirement of range, but with the requirement of staying in cover for the 8 seconds with perfect. Because yeah, perfect ferocious calm, for those maybe unfamiliar, is actually perfect Overwatch after staying in cover for 8 seconds with the perfect 10 seconds. With the normal, increase you and your allies' total weapon damage, total weapon and skill damage by 14%. And then for the normal, it is 12%. As long as you remain in cover or in a cover-to-cover move. And the important part as well with Overwatch, we can actually cover-to-cover to move around if need be. But this requires the player themselves to adhere to this and stay in cover and such, but there is no range limitation here. And that's why from a damage perspective, I think actually we would definitely lean more towards perfect Overwatch. But then again, that's why we had the whole but at the start, the whole disclaimer is that is just from a damage perspective. Now, on the skill efficiency side, if we're just taking that for skill damage as well, then yeah, the total skill damage is going to be worth more. But here, that 2% regen, that's again, here kind of the big prize. Going back to here, yeah, with Ferocious Calm, one of the things we can do as well is just a high-end named beast on the chest slot. We can take Overdogs alongside of it. And that means that even going for the build for the player themselves, just from a damage perspective, again, if we take Ferocious Calm plus Overdogs, even at a 50% uptime for the Overdogs, we're still way ahead of the Beacon, plus here that Cheska piece. Mostly because Overdogs is kind of OP, but we can go there. And with the Ferocious Calm, we can go there. With the Beacon, we can't at all. And that's kind of a limiting factor from a damage perspective. And then as well, comparing that with normal Overwatch, which would just be harder to keep up with 10% with 10 seconds needed in cover before it gets going, and then you only get 12% out of it, so it's a weaker buff for your teammates. But of course, taking Fenris with the Ferocious Calm as the brand bonus versus Cheska, we do want to know the differences there, and we see actually that yeah, the Ferocious Calm definitely wins out there and would give the bigger buff. The downside is, of course, Ferocious Calm is a DZ named item, and that means that you can get it from, well, DZ as a drop, but of course from named item caches and several other places nowadays where named items can be from the DZ/PvP pool, like reconstructed caches, and of course you can get the blueprint from reconstructed caches. But still a little bit harder of an item to get than, for instance, just the Beacon for this season, where we can just take it from the reward track. Just briefly as well, we'll swap here from going from Beacon Ally to Beacon from Skill, halving that crit damage that it had, of course, there. By going that route, we see that actually, yeah, now it even pushes further apart between these, as we gain quite a bit on it here. As yeah, of course, halving that to 15 crit damage really does lose us quite a bit. Now, without either of these buffs is, of course, well not worth it, because if we disable both of them, yeah, then it jumps quite high, of course. But the gain from it can be worth it just from a damage perspective, because it isn't, well, it is quite a bit behind. We lose a decent chunk. If we turn it back down to ally here, we lose a decent chunk, but yeah, especially that regen might be worth it for that 20%. Especially consider that we're providing our bonuses as well, group-wide, as long as they're close enough to us. Let's actually go looking at that. I got rambly. Wait, something weird happened here. Why? Why is this dropping? This should raise. All right. Ah, okay. Wait, no. So. Oh, wait. 129. 34. Oh, it is raising. Okay, never mind. Oh, I saw this in between, right? Oh, okay, when we had both of it, I thought like, wait, this is 41%, but no. And yeah, this is, of course, on, this was the 4. Okay, yeah. That's fine though. I confused myself for a second, but I didn't say anything dumb, so it's fine. 1035, yeah, that's the long one anyway, so let's get that in there. I'm good with that. Yeah. Quick hydration. Actually, as well, let's snag on these a tiny bit. Some canned leashes. Not leeches, but leashes. One of my favorite snacks. So this goes Beacon, Overwatch, Perfect Overwatch. And oh, for the total weapon damage. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's actually important. Good thing. Good thing I paid attention for a second there. Totally forgot that, yeah. We had that second one with Chest Striker, but just because there you get the full bonus. And there, of course. Yeah. And now that we've looked at it from the perspective of the person running it, let's look at it from the perspective of the other people that could be receiving it, as hopefully they are in range. Somebody hopefully is in range. Now, in this case, we're basically taking that same striker equalizer plus overdogs that we had upstairs, and then we're adding in either beacon. Here we can toggle it as well between skills and ally, and we will in a bit. Overwatch, just a normal Overwatch, and then perfect Overwatch, just to have those metrics there. And of course, as we said, that 14% total weapon damage, just by how the calculation works out, especially crit is already pretty populated, giving pretty heavily diminishing returns. That pool is pretty full. Now, in the case of strikers here with equalizer, we do already have some total weapon damage there as well. So we don't actually get the full returns from total weapon damage either. That also is a pool that is additive from all soldiers and then multiplies against the rest. So that 24 and that 14 and 16, or 12 and 14, will add together to form, this 36 and this 38 before they multiply against the rest. That's also why later on we'll look at it from a chest striker perspective where we don't have any total weapon damage there. Here though, from the beacon being close to us, just from that 30% crit damage, for the striker, at least here first with killer not activated or such, we are getting a 9%, a little closer to 10%, 9.7%. That is actually a decent buff to give to allies. Now, of course, as we saw, the player themselves lost about 20%, even in some of the better scenarios, and even more than that. But we are giving basically 9%, close to 10%, let's say, to our allies. That is, of course, in this case, if they're getting it, they can't be a skill anyway. So, but let's just say if we kind of just want to know that halfway point, the 15, if it's added onto us, it's basically the half of close or a little bit over half of that, because we will be getting, as we're pushing it higher, more diminishing returns. So it is a little bit more than half than if ally is active. But actually, when it applies to this person, well, they need to be in range, so they're an ally, and then that means that we really only need to look at it in that ally form. And what we see here as well, Overwatch and Perfect Overwatch, and especially Perfect Overwatch, because if you're going to run it, this is also kind of to illustrate that, you might as well just run Perfect, because you apply a bigger buff to your allies as well. So here, just because of the additive nature of total weapon damage, the equalizer's obliterate is adding together with the Overwatch's bonuses, and we don't get the full 12% out, but we aren't really pushing that stat so high that we're getting heavy diminishing returns on there. It's just a little bit. Instead of 12%, we're getting 11.29% out of it there. And then one of the things is, of course, when we activate Killer as a talent, we're adding even more into that crit damage. What we see is actually that the Overwatches didn't get affected by that, because they won't. They are their own separate multiplier. They're just feeding into that. the builds totals did change, but so did the first one, basically. So in effect, in separation between them, all of those builds went up by the same amount, except for the beacon, because the beacon is feeding into crit damage. And because of that, it's actually getting diminishing returns into that crit damage if we're running, for instance, killer there. So weapon talents and such will matter as well, what weapon talents your allies are running alongside of you. It would be beneficial for them to, for instance, although, well, the thing is, killer is still the top, one of the top talents, but for instance, if they're okay running Streamline would not be affected by either of these two, so it would basically linearly add its bonuses there. Meaning that between them, as we see here as well, when I'm triggering Streamline on and off, the numbers actually between them don't change at all. And that's, while the base number goes up, everything goes up by basically the same amount. So the percentage difference stays the same. Now, that's also the reason why we're looking at it from a chest striker perspective, as, yeah, in the chest striker, that Overwatch is going to be its full effect. So for the normal, we see 12%, for the perfect, we see 14%, and that's just because there's no longer, if we're running a chest striker, striker itself, of course, a separate multiplier, even though it does say total weapon damage in its description, it isn't. It is one of the wrong texts in the game. Just to point that out here as well, if you're confused about that. Strikers is its own separate multiplier. That's also why it's getting done like that here, where it's its own little area over there. And we see that as well from the results that we get here, because of course we have checking numbers. I've checked those in game to make sure that they align. And yeah, the Overwatches here with a chest striker, for instance, or other builds that, for instance, don't have any total weapon damage in them, would benefit quite a bit more. So for instance, as well, if we're running glass, let's say if our allies alongside of us were running glass, they also would, for instance, get these bonuses if it's for, you know, different builds or such, or even in striker running glass, or if they were running spotter or such, they would get the full 14%. But we can see that the difference between those isn't, well, it isn't tiny and it isn't too large. A 2.7% difference there, 2.71% difference between the two in the gain. That does matter, but yeah, it's also not completely worth redoing the build for or such. But it is important to understand that, yeah, that Overwatch is definitely, from a damage perspective alone, definitely a better pick overall. Let's go look at this now. If we actually combine the forces together and kind of look at it from a group DPS perspective. I'm talking a lot. Oh, that was just 6 minutes. That's fine. That felt like 17 minutes. I was like, I'm going way long. Because yeah, we just have the last one actually, and this one's the simplest anyway. What's it together currently? And then because yeah, then we take it just into some gameplay. So 29 minutes. Let's say another 6 minutes here, likely less even. And then we'll see where we go with it. So I might just jump into a countdown or something. Just random matchmaking countdown or something. And then we can do the start, like the first objective and then main objective and exit. Then we just cut out a objective in the middle, or even we cut out 2 objectives and then just extraction. Because I think during extraction this would be decent as well. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, let's do this first. And actually, you know what? After we'll go check the no region thing. Yeah. So that 921. Okay. Wait, why is this? Is this correct? Wait, what? Seems higher than I remember. Can I flip these? I mean, if I flipped it, it would be lower, right? B11 is over there. You know, one of those. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah. I was going to say, it didn't go over. Yeah, that the Overwatch or the over dogs on half. So yeah. And there you go. Check that miss anymore. And if everyone's joining in, I'm recording something for YouTube. It's going to be tomorrow's in-depth look into Beacon, some biking. And we're going over the numbers section now. And then we're going to do some gameplay with this and then put an outro on it and put it in the can and ship it. Yeah, let's get into this. And yeah, I was confused for a second as I had a mistake there. So, although, well, not a mistake, but we had changed the metrics. Okay. Why is the sustain higher? That feels still off. Oh, no, that makes sense actually. The equalizers. There's one less equalizer, so actually this is the same, which is okay. Let's go into this. And for that, we'll come to this last one down here, where we're taking theoretical numbers and making them even more theoretically, but just from a perspective of figuring out how much could it add in perfect conditions if every 100% uptime and such, which of course, again, take all of these numbers in gameplay with a heavy grain of salt. I feel boulder-sized grain of salt, because it is also very reliant, and we'll look at that in the gameplay side of things. For instance, yeah, with the beacon, on the proximity, on the overwatches, on uptime, on the player that is running it, and such as how much they recover and such. But here we're taking it and looking at it in a group DPS form. So here we have 4, those striker overdogs with the equalizer chest, overdogs, no buffs to them, just 4 of them just together, outputting their full burst DPS and such. Of course, we're ignoring things like uptime and enemy availability and stuff like that. If they are the 100% point, what would be the amount that we get from 3 of those with the beacon buff, as we saw them upstairs a second ago, and then that's 1 striker running the beacon, because they need to be there, of course. So basically everybody's bunched together, they're shooting out and hitting 100% of the time and such. What do we get? Just from a perspective of comparing their DPSs, of course. We can see that actually, because of the beacon, the player that is running that build is, of course, losing about 20%. They almost make up for it all the way, and we get back to 100% on the burst because of that 30% crit damage that they're providing to the other players. On the sustain end, actually does a little bit better. On the damage per mag, it actually does a little bit better. And that's just because of the one difference of going from a unit piece, because that beacon is, of course, running Cheska plus the beacon, and they have better damage per mag versus a unit piece there. This means that actually for a 4-man team, and this is usually the case with these, from a damage perspective, again, purely from a damage perspective, even in perfect situations, it wouldn't make up for the damage lost on the player that loses that damage just from a weapon damage perspective. Now, of course, what we also have is we have also some haste or skill efficiency there, giving us some haste, giving us some skill damage, giving us some skill health and such. And of course, we have 2% regen for anybody that is close enough to us. But if we look at it from a perspective again as well, Overwatch coming in there, and this is again why Overwatch overall from a damage perspective makes a little bit more sense for me, especially as well, because Overwatch actually is decent already. In an 8-man team, quite often people don't, but in an 8-man team, especially for raids and such, it behooves somebody to run a ferocious column over an obliterate chest if they are doing that, and gaining the team a lot more damage. And we see that here as well with the Overwatch chest, the perfect Overwatch setup. And basically, yeah, in the same way, here 3 of the normal strikers being buffed by Overwatch, that's the numbers that we had upstairs, and then 1 striker set up to have Overwatch. One of the big reasons as well that this is higher is that with the Overwatch one, we of course also could take Overdogs alongside of the Overwatch. And that totally will not mess me up every time that I try to think about it. Overdogs, Overwatch, which one was it again? But here with Overwatch, we can run Overdogs alongside of it on the player that is running that build. So that helps quite a bit as well to push this number a little bit higher. Then what we can look at as well, and that's the place, of course, where group buffs builds are actually a lot more attractive, is once we go 8-man. Now, of course, countdown, raids and such, especially for instance in countdown, one of my go-tos is ongoing directive. If there isn't an ongoing directive in the team, I will put the one in there, because when those kind of builds, instead of buffing just 4 people, are buffing 8 people, they become much more effective. Here we see the same. 8, basically strikers, overdogs, equalizer, no buffs from outside. If they are our 100% point, our baseline, then if we take 7 of those, and then with the beacon buff on all 7 of those, and then 1 person running the beacon, providing the buff to all, they are actually now a little bit ahead by just a little bit under 5%, well, 4.5% there. And this is then again, though, theoreticals and such. In the perfect situations, you're never going to actually reach this number, especially here where you need to be all close, and getting all 8 people bunched up together. Well, first of all, is a good way of getting grenaded, but also it's just not going to happen, especially in countdown where people want to run around. But even think of some of the raid fights. In some of them you could, but in a lot of them also you couldn't. For instance, Razorback, where it needs the team to be split up and spread around. And there, Overwatch could be on 1 person, providing the buff without ranges and such to everybody. But this beacon can't. And that's then, again, on the inverse side of it, the beacon can also provide 2% regen, and the Overdogs, or the Overwatch can't. But then, yeah, if we compare that as well again, the same way, those strikers, but now buffed by Overwatch with 1 person running Overwatch, perfect Overwatch, they are still, of course, ahead. Now, this kind of illustrates as well that this buff-in builds, especially in 4-man teams, they quite often don't provide actually as much back as they take away from a group DPS perspective. But of course, not all things are always equal. So for instance, if I'm in a team and I'm with much stronger players than me, for instance, if I run that build and provide buffs to allies with Overwatch and such, they can become even stronger. And if I'm not as proficient at, killing enemies and such, I can make others buff a little bit, be buffed a little bit, and then they can be stronger and carry harder, basically. So there is considerations like that to be made. And especially in a group setting, as well, this regen that this beacon can provide is actually very strong. Let's actually go take this into some gameplay and look at it in actual play. Yeah. I feel I'm just caveating like constantly, but it's kind of also needed. Like that's the whole thing here. Oh, and thank you so much there. Thank you so much there for the. I'm stretching to kind of think of how to say your name, but I'll just go with Merlin, if you don't mind. But yeah, thank you so much for the. Oh yeah, actually, now that you say it, yeah, we've had this discussion before, right? Couldn't parse it there. That's how you can tell I'm not a real gamer. Can't decipher lead speak. But yeah, thank you so much, Gamerland, for the donation there. As always, much appreciated. And I will put that towards some silly apparel as we get it in the future. Oh, do I just take this out to Canton? I feel I do. And then what we do is, let's take... Oh, wait. Is Lexington in here? It is, in fact, not yet. So I think it's in character 2, most likely. Oh, maybe it wasn't that character either. No, that character didn't have a look. Let me go find my graded Lexington for a second, and then we'll... Okay. Yep. Anyway, thank you again for the kindness. Yeah. Although, am I really going to jump into just random matchmade countdown with weekend matchmaker? I feel I'm setting myself up for a bad time. It'll be fine. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the thanks, and yeah, glad you enjoy it. I enjoy making it as well, so it all works out. Oh, let me already actually grab that spreadsheets link and put that in here before I forget. That's the right one right here. Sure, let's do... Let's do that already as well. And yeah, let's go and let's give myself the best chances. Oh wait, before we go do that, let me go figure this out, because although maybe we'll do that after actually, and then we even have it in the there. Oh yeah, let's do that. We're for now recording the build show, or not build show, guys. In-depth look into Beacon. So we just went through all the numbers side of things. So I just need some gameplay to attach to it. So we're gonna go and suffer through a weekend match made. Although I wanted match made as well. I wanted to be with randoms just to show show some of the ways it does and doesn't work, basically. But we've already gone over the numbers and explaining how it, like, what it is. Oh, actually, in a countdown, we might get multiple players. We can kind of show that it's stacking. Because honestly, all of it stands and falls on the range thing, and I feel it falls. At least, what? Yeah, once it's not multi-stacking. Yeah, no, that's gonna. This will then go tomorrow. Yeah, for now the cadence, like usually at the start of a season, it's basically 3 or 4 days between each video, and then an in-depth look into each, and then, well, at least if they're damage related or interesting enough to discuss. Yeah, I'm gonna go to that scene again, and yeah, let's matchmake here for challenging. Thing is also, if there is close range buff, I'm just gonna basically we'll take a mulligan, because yeah, if there's close range buff, there's no point to have that be the thing that is carrying us basically. Also, actually, yeah, that doesn't matter. Just force of habit from last season of like, oh yeah, is my modifier on before going into get. That no longer matters, because actually, yeah, the whole thing is off. Sure, is it worth it? Very situationally it can be, but no, for general play, not really. The thing is though that like that's going to be the conclusion here as well, is like from a if you want to be, kind of helpful to the team and stuff, like it's at least less bad than like the one that I totally remembered. Tardigrade. I was stuck on Ridgeway for some. Like at least this, I would much more prefer somebody running this on like a striker or something. Partially for their output as well. Then yeah, then the tardigrade or something like that, which plenty of people do. But yeah, it's not like this isn't complete new. Everything changed right now. Ultimate changes. But it's at least an interesting item. So there is that. Just better than some items. The factor and beacon. Thing is, the refractor, the chest talents is. Thing is also this like doesn't align with its stats to that. So then you're forced into technician, which you kind of already are with that. But even giving up a skill damage and his haste and stuff hurts a little. But also chest talents are, especially just kinetic or glass or stuff like that, is a lot to give up. At least there you're making use of 2 out of 3. But yeah, the loss in the other stats, like you basically gain 15 skill efficiency, but you lose 10 skill damage. and you need to still be close to allies. But that's actually the thing. Let's get rolling. Yeah. Kind of gathering my thoughts as well. So I'm delaying. But yeah, also, if this has close range buff, we'll just stay with the team and just finish it. But I'm going to start recording basically from when we reach. Because actually less people are running Countdown nowadays. The most seasons, right? I have an OD. Hey, somebody actually, if you're gonna ninja bike it, at least do it this way around. Although, well, let's put an equalizer here and make the front rest here. But also, then don't run an Oreo. What? Okay, I take it back. It made sense till the Oreo. That's fine. And running luck then for the proficiency. Likely this as well as for the proficiency in here. Yeah. You know, that 30 AR damage there, plus 15. Yeah. So weird looking AR. I feel it's sub the machine gun. I hope they're not actually running that, but we'll see. Well, actually, I think they had that handheld skills, right? So I'm gonna start recording on the intro on the after. Oh no, actually, there's no voice line there, is there? Because of. And here we'll head into a countdown, just a challenging one, mostly to just show it into gameplay a little bit. The hecticness of a countdown is kind of going to show its benefits and also its downsides. Here I still have the gameplay audio or the NPC audio turned off because we don't hear any of that. We should actually go left to link up with our allies, but I'm just going to go right. It's fine. It's just the challenging. And yeah, we'll go, of course, after the hunters here first. Here, I'm trying to what I'm going to try to do, and here at least as well. Fog of War actually makes quite a difference for Beacon, as being able to see where your allies are on the minimap is actually quite important. And yeah, they beat us to it. Even though their animation started a little later, but I will let them touch it. But trying to stay in range of multiple allies. If nothing else, I want, of course, one ally within range, so I get the bonuses. But preferably, I want as many allies within range, and then they can benefit as well. It is very reliant on how many allies we are buffing, because we're giving up quite a bit of our own damage, of course. But alongside of that damage, there are more things that are part of it. And again, the skill efficiency, the armor regen. And I feel actually the armor regen is actually the prize. At 2% armor regen, that's actually pretty strong. Let's have a peek. Is anybody else running one? No. The thing is, of course, this is kind of a group support build or piece. And this by itself can actually be, for instance, especially think of seasons of no regen and such, could actually be a differentiator, because if you can have at least a little bit of regen, that would be already, that might be worth giving up some damage for. We'll go be in the circle. These circles are the only ones where having multiple players in them does make a difference. And actually our ally being upstairs, he isn't counting for this. You need to be downstairs. As yeah, per player in the circle, it gives 5% per tick. That's also why that other one is already long done. All the other circles doesn't matter. Basically, it's only the SHD, these SHD tech caches. I also start looking for the bucks, but of course, if I'm going to go look for the bucks, although here I still have somebody in range, I'm likely not buffing too many people. I want to be actually in the middle of the pack if I can be. But here with just, yeah, 8, and I do mean 8 headless chickens, including myself. we are not going to have that happen much, of course. Intermittently, though, yeah, we might get a little bit of bonus here and there. And I think especially during extraction, and having ran this a few times, especially during extraction, it can make a difference there. Let's see what the team does actually here. Containment would be the smart choice, but lab or admin is the close choice. It's quite often people go close. But no, actually, people are going admin. That's nice. We'll quickly grab our loot because I am definitely in the market for some unit alloys. Still, of course, that's going to be the next. Well, the part 2 is going to be the next in that look here. Here though, for large parts, yeah, I'm not actually within range of anybody else, and that's the thing here. So in a coordinated setting, if we can coordinate and go like, hey, it's just the 4 of us or something, let's be close to each other, let's regen together, and yeah, that could make a difference. Plus the other things alongside of it. Plus actually, even for instance, when hives get hit or such, 15% skill efficiency, 15% excess skill haste is actually going to make that a little bit faster. Same, for instance, if people are using skills that they are actually using, like pulses, yeah, that also definitely goes well, not a lot faster, but 15 haste is basically, yeah, it's not nothing. And yeah, instant completion here on the Warhounds, of course. As it so often does. Oh, we got the chest already, so we'll head on out. Main is on the cooling tower. We'll have to deal with some steam. But yeah, with a spread out area like this, even trying to keep it up for myself is kind of hard. And that's going to be the thing that kind of kills this. Because if I wasn't running this, what I could be running is, well, either first of all, just equalizer, more damage for myself, and then also equalizer overdogs, a lot more damage for myself. Or I could be running overdogs, and I could, for instance, set up here and yeah, just take a high ground position, be in cover. I'm allowed to cover, and the buff will stay up with Overwatch. And that would be then, honestly, a better way, for instance, here. It needs to be really coordinated situations where you can bunch up all together. And honestly, that just doesn't happen often enough. Especially in general play. Now, in a mission or such, we might be closer to each other more often. But yeah, not just out here. We can see actually the regen, and the regen, of course, the way to kind of look at 2% regen is that it'll take 50 seconds to go all the way from empty all the way to full. You can basically divide, 100 seconds or 100% by, 100 seconds. 2%, of course, makes it 50 seconds. 3% makes it 33 seconds. 4% makes it 25 seconds. And each percent added definitely takes a chunk out, especially at the start. Because especially moving from 1% to 2%, because this got buffed from the PTS to the main, where they basically, took the bonuses that it had, especially on the regen and such, and doubled it. And that did make it at least a lot more viable, because I think that the PTS one definitely wasn't. There as well, it had 20 crit damage. They didn't double the crit damage as well, even though I feel that would have been okay, honestly. As this piece, yeah, the biggest issue isn't the stats that it has, because honestly, in just trying to make this work here though with randoms, which isn't of course ideal situations, but that's also, if that's the situations you find yourself in, that's the only situations that matter, of course. But yeah, trying to just get within that 10 meters is so often so painful, and you just find yourself kind of falling behind or being just in the different corner. And of course, it depends also on who you're kind of buffing. As, of course, if we're buffing stronger players, I actually should get the main chest as well. So definitely want that skill or the SHG calibration we have from there, and just the loot. Especially if there's a targeted in there. And off we go. Here I am gonna, just because I want to keep up, gonna equip a quick step. I oftentimes don't run it quite literally. Because I'll be out there fast enough, quick enough most of the time to be ahead of most players anyway. Anyway, we have a close range extraction here, which makes for a really quick countdown in the end on this. And here I'm going to make a decision, even though the right side could use my help more, the left side has more people I can buff. So we'll go that way. Because here definitely we shouldn't split up kind of the way that we are, but it's kind of fine. Although, well, you usually kind of need a base of fire here. Here though, the regen on my allies, we can kind of notice who's in range and who isn't. The regen kind of going off there. It's kind of nice to just be out in the open. You don't have to think about being in cover, because I find myself quite often running Overwatch and then really having a hard time keeping the uptime on it. And when that is the case, yeah, that then, because Overwatch as well, if here at least, if I am in range of my allies, we get a bonus. If I forget to be in cover, then we don't get Overwatch at all. That's gonna be the real, I feel, the real decider here. I feel that that 15 or that 10 meter range on it for 15 skill efficiency, 2 regen and such, the stats are fine, but the 10 meter, but also I don't think you can push it too much further without causing issues there as well. Because currently, as well as we discussed at the start, these can stack, and that's actually currently happening. And that breaks a lot of things, because if we can have 4% regen by just 2 people running this, and also each of them giving the other 30% crit, that actually is starting to become very OP, especially once you push it to 6 or 8% regen. Yeah, it is in a realm of quite overpowered, and with the stacking of the skill efficiency and such as well. So I'm expecting that that isn't the intended case, but also if that is the intended case, then yeah, then it's super OP. So I'm hoping they don't go that route. But for what it is, yeah, it just quite often, even here, like I should be here in the middle buffing everybody, but here also this fight is kind of over. And of course the damage that I lose shouldn't be forgotten about either. It's, as we saw in the 8-man, at least it makes a little bit of sense, but even if I'm in the middle of the pack with a 4-man, we're kind of leveling out into the same damage, but of course we gain 2% regen. And that regen as well for seasons with no regen and such might be more impactful than it is now, but of course, yeah, that isn't this season. This season we have fragile armor, and honestly, you can't regen your way through that. If people armor break, if that directive is on and people armor break, yeah, that is, they have to met back to remove that. It would be actually interesting to see if maybe, and as an idea, they could implement of taking it so that if you regen enough, maybe it might take a fragile away. But yeah, they're kind of showing the issues, but also the places where it can kind of work, where towards the end there, we did actually buff a bunch of people. And especially from a perspective of just, you know, being a group player and such, having one of these in, for instance, an 8-man can kind of make sense. As also what we can do, of course, is combine the two. Okay, well, end recording there and take it out. It was 12 minutes. I was like, that's super fast. I'm curious. I was trying to catch it, but I don't think somebody was. I think everybody was just on point with the objectives, and the objectives were fast, right? Or was somebody damage glitching there? I couldn't tell in the footage itself there. Pay attention to the extraction for a second. we're clearing fast, but that could just also be... No, that all looks normal. Hey. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure there for a sec. Yeah, let me get you up here actually as a recording real quick there. It's coming in. Big and run as of yet? No, not really. I'm more likely not gonna per se run it like to that degree. Just for the thing is, any map like that, it's the same. Like a lot of like PUBG and stuff ran into is just you make a new map. Most people will go like either the old map is the only map I care about, mostly because people new things just new things change. How dare you change things? So people will likely just shit on the new one because they know the old one. And then you will get stuff like, whenever, if it's just random or something, people will just leave the second it's the new map. Unless it's like super better. And then if it's super better, then nobody wants to play the old map and everybody leaves there. Does it work in PvP? I think it's disabled in PvP, right? Oh no, it's actually, it's 1% regen. It's basically the old stats on it. Actually, if it's stacking in PvP, this would be super OP. Which it likely is, so. So I'm guessing people are running it in there, likely. Because the thing is also currently, you can stack them. So if 4 people are running this, you give the buff to, everybody gives the buff to themselves and everybody else. And 4% regen is a lot. Especially because you can still push it as well to like 6%, 7% even. With like 3-piece Gila and a Bellstone. 7% even Bellstone Murakami, 3-piece Gila, Bellstone, Emperor's Guard for 7%. But there as well, the proximity thing, unless you're like in a super coordinated team, is gonna be hard to do. Yeah, so actually, yeah, let's add that in here because I now realize actually I should then do this. So we need actually a Cheska that's or strikers that has both buffs. Well, you know what? Let's not add that in here. Although we can. Let's put that here for a second. Okay. Yeah, let's take. As I were talking about that, I actually need this as well. Yeah. 30, 30, 0. Mail me not there. So this would be like this. There. This would be 0, and this would still be this much. So I'm curious about this myself as well. You see. What we need is this. Have that built in now. Maybe we take this then. There. So that's that built in. This is 8111. Then this has wait, this isn't right. Uh, 123, 6123. No, this is. Okay. Okay. So this is I need to change the RPMs. And this one, and it's 6 times of that. And then 1 times is not kind of not needed per se, but still like that. Actually, no, so there's 2 times of that. Yeah. That seems off. What happened? So it should be a little. Oh, wait, something's off. Oh, although that shouldn't make that big of a difference. At these, but doesn't per se matter. And oh, wait. Why is this? Oh. There we go. E. Oh yeah, so we're going to copy this here and here. And then this, but then 6. Okay. Actually, you know what? Now I can just go. I'll just put second account away. And then on this, we are basically with their powers combined. Yeah, let me catch up here. I think I missed the bench. Glass cannon on Petra for the Legmo builds. Sacrifice. Yeah. Mostly. The thing is, well, between those, first of all, yeah, sacrifice versus equalizer. Thing is, I'm perfectly fine with that build when you go glass with pesty, because it gives you some of the tools that make it easier to run glass, because you can sometimes just hide and just let the tick do its thing. But also it staggers enemies and stuff quite often. So the pesty tick just jumping around just will stagger enemies, so that saves you quite often with thingy. But it's also versus perfect glass. Like perfect glass is actually the pick there. At least nowadays with the Overdogs version. And then we'll just outright from there. Oh well, we're gonna do that number set and then we'll outright from there. I feel so silent without anybody talking. Everybody's a silent protagonist now. I have the dialogue turned off because of that jackass. Yeah. So we do this section. Wait, that actually was my last sentence there. As we flew off. In, for instance, an 8-man can kind of make sense. As also what we can do, of course, is combine the two. As that, we'll go over here. Yeah. As that is just the last thing I kind of want to discuss here. And that is that we can, of course, combine the two. We could have one person running beacon. Now, of course, currently we can have multiple people running beacon, assuming that isn't intended like that. If we're running one person is running beacon, the other is running an perfect overwatch, and then they're buffing, for instance, in this case, as we've added in their numbers, basically here, where we have a combined everybody buffing each other, basically. And because of that, of course, we raise each other's stats. Now, in this case, especially because we're adding onto 6, well, with the 8-man 6, with the normal 2 people, we do actually gain a little bit there. Now, in the case actually of the 4-man, that's not worth it. And should kind of be obvious because from a perspective, if there's too many buffs, but not enough people getting buffed, you will actually lose overall. As we saw, the builds themselves, if we're going even Ferocious Calm or such, drop a little bit, especially versus, for instance, Equalizer and such. If we're going to Beacon, we're dropping quite a bit because that chest talent is actually very powerful. If we're looking at it with 2 strikers that are buffed both by Beacon and Overwatch, and then 1 player running Beacon, 1 player running Overwatch, perfect Overwatch, if we compare that, basically this number is in the same range as these. We can see actually that it's kind of at a 4-man level. It is actually in between kind of what we had with the Beacon, buffing the 4-man team, buffing 3 other full strikers versus, for instance, and then halfway in between that and Overwatch, in the same way, 3 normal players, 1 Overwatch player. So that not per se still worth it, because of course you have to kind of view it from how much percent of the team are you, and as the team gets bigger, so for instance with the 8-man, if it's a 4-man team, you're a quarter of the team, you're 25% of the team. If it's an 8-man, now you're just 12.5% of the team. And we see the results here as well, is that actually in the 8-man, just because we're both, if in a theoretical sense again as well, because as we saw there in actual gameplay, keeping the buff on everybody, especially when it's just a random team, not going to happen much. But let's say we can get the team all together, and the Overwatch, of course, will apply pretty consistently, but then for the Beacon, we're kind of pooling everybody together. We're providing both buffs out to everybody. So basically a Beacon and an Overwatch buffing 6 other strikers with both of their buffs and each other as well, of course. Then we see with their powers combined, we actually are gaining now quite a bit, and a significant margin. And this then is, for instance, where it could come into play, especially if you are going from a damage perspective of things, is that, yeah, if you want to do a little bit more damage as a group sense, especially in 8-man, for instance, raids and stuff, an Overwatch makes a lot of sense in there. But in the cases of a four-man, not so much. Even, for instance, in this area, we're kind of pushing it towards, yeah, there's too many buffers and not enough people getting buffed. But as of course, just looking at it from a pure damage perspective, yeah, Overwatch would be the one to go in first. And then we could add in a beacon if we want to add to that. I feel, though, that from a general gameplay perspective, that range is really painful, and it ends up pushing me towards other choices. Anyhow, we'll take it to in the game. Yeah, I'll take that outfit off again. Oh wait, actually, let's do this already. This is already. Still at 53. Yeah. Oh shit, did I have... Oh no, I was in the right scene. Okay. Because yeah, they want the fewer numbers here, but yeah, I need to be here. Yeah, let's basically we have the conclusion now. And that then brings us to the conclusion of this beacon video. As yeah, the beacon is actually very interesting with its stats kind of spread out over multiple things. It gives a little bit of everything, but then is very limited with that range. That's also why I think that this will not find that much use outside of maybe some very specific situations. And the thing is that this is one of those items that is trying to do, I feel, a little bit too much. And even though that some of it is definitely worthwhile, that 2% armor regen should not be underestimated. The skill efficiency and the crit damage are still pretty decent. But yeah, that range limitation is kind of its issue, but it's also trying to do a little bit too much. If we compare it to, for instance, Perfect Overwatch, where we can have that damage be even more there, but then we don't have those other parts, that's what I would lean to for the damage side of things. And especially for the armor regen side of things, we could have just an ally healing, or for instance, even just taking a little bit of healing on our build, for instance, or just having a dedicated healer in an 8-man for a replacement. Because all of this parts by themselves are just too small to really be that worth it to just be constantly in that range. And that's what I find myself kind of leaning towards some other choices. Especially Perfect Overwatch, yeah, on the damage end is not a contender that this can... what am I? I'm kind of... Wait, my brain's kind of gone. I'm kind of... Because actually I wanted to go the other way with it. Right. Yeah, let's try that again. And I just lost my track there. We detracked. And that brings us to our conclusion here then, where especially this 10-meter range is to me the thing that kind of doesn't doom this, but it is too inconsistent for general use. And that is quite often a nail in a coffin for several items. As if we can't just generally use it, if we just need to pull it out for very specific situations, and then even then, it's not per se significantly better than some of other choices, it will find itself kind of relegated to a B tier or a C tier where it just doesn't see much use. And I think this item is headed that way. And to no fault of its own, because honestly, its stats and such are well worth it. 2% armor regen, that's actually, I think, the one place we might find some use for it is especially in seasons with no regen. That could benefit us enough alongside of the other things where that regen will be more worthwhile. The thing is, though, that we have, for instance, just med packs. Everybody is carrying some around, and that's just faster than just waiting for this 2% armor regen. Now, in some fights where it's a longer engagement and you can just kind of basically cover the chip damage that might happen in those fights, there it's kind of worth it, but then you're still stuck with this 10-meter range on it. And that's why, for instance, if we kind of split it up into its parts, on that damage end, yeah, definitely Overwatch has this beat and is going to be much more consistent, especially on a capable player that's going to be in cover most of the time and will remember to keep that uptime up. Now, of course, inversely, on a less competent player, this might be easier as if the other players are competent, they'll just see the icon on their bar and go like, oh, you're my new friend now, we're going to hug all the time. Because, of course, if you see somebody else running this, just get close to them, get those buffs, and yeah, even help them out, of course, as you will activate it on their end as well if you're close enough. But then especially on like the skill efficiency and the armor regen, the healing parts of this, I feel the regen is without coordination, because, for instance, we could add a Bellstone piece on everybody's build, and then that 2% becomes a 3%, and that's a little bit more manageable. Or if everybody's running mementos, and we have 5% now, everybody else is running mementos, and we're making it 5% for them, those kind of things could be worth it, but this is now pushing into heavy coordination. In just general use, I will find myself, yeah, leaning much more on medpacks, and then also if we need that more healing, pushing more towards just having a dedicated healer. Even if it's not going all the way to a full healer, we can just have a combat medic in there, or Redify, or things like that, that will heal enough to, for instance, offset no regen, but actually still themselves be quite capable and be able to actually heal much more predictably and more powerfully than this. And that's why I think this item, while it is actually interesting and definitely worth running, because one of the things I will want to point out here is this is still, as an item, much more useful than some of the other items that people tend to run to kind of be helpful to the team. As for instance, if we compare this to a tardigrade, I would take this 10 out of 10 times over a tardigrade. That bonus armor is usually just very limited time. It won't really save you. It doesn't, for instance, yeah, underneath it, it just might buy you some time to heal up. But if you're getting health gated, like that 10 seconds of extra bonus armor really doesn't make that difference. This, though, at least, yeah, if you are getting close to them, you're getting that critical hit damage, you're getting that armor regen, and that can help out much more than, for instance, an item like that. But yeah, it is definitely one of those items that is kind of in the lower tiers, and because of that, it just, while it does enough, I don't think they can also push it too much further than what they have here without it then becoming overpowered, because in the right situations, it is worth running. And as we saw, especially if we're combining, for instance, Overwatch together with this, then we can really push up some high numbers. And for a coordinated raid team, that might be a way to kind of set this up. But for general use, I find myself just getting frustrated with the 10 meters, and if I want to buff the team, I would give up the regen side of things and just take that Overwatch here. But yeah, that brings us to the end of this video, looking in depth into the beacon, or, well, that's also why we are out here, as we tend to call it, the bacon. As, yeah, it is an interesting item. It is worth at least messing around with, but I don't think, as some items do, that I'll find myself using it too much in the future. If you did find this video informative or enjoyable in any way, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out. So that little bit of shilling here, as we'll in the future go, of course, into that second part of unit alloys. And I'm kind of spooling up as well towards a tipping scales build showcase, although that's likely a week or two away still, but definitely on the horizon. And we'll, of course, go into the other items as well, into the bittersweet, into the concentrated company, and have an in-depth look all over the place. So yeah, I hope you join me for those. And as always, have a good night. Oh, yeah. That felt good. That felt good enough. Even though I feel I'm caveating the shit out of this, just caveat after caveat, or just like, I don't want to say it's shit, but it's kind of shit, but it's not like super shit. Just a little bit shit. I feel that's what I'm doing with this. And I didn't know. Oh, yeah. So that outro, that was just for the video, for those joining live. Yeah, I'm still about. I think you just likely caught me on the end of it, right? But yeah, we're just, I was recording that for the video. That's going to be the outro. But yeah, let's go with that in the bag. Let's see how long that is. In the end, I actually hit still, although, well, we kept more of the gameplay than I thought we would. 59 minutes. Hey, it's fine. Yeah, let's go. Did anybody steal a control point from me? Better not have. Okay, nobody stole a control point from me. Let's go level up the season a little bit more. A little bit more. Should have graded the item. Should have graded it there. I realize now, of course, after all the footage. Let me actually quickly shut down the other system. Oh, didn't save it with that? Wait, right? Ooh, god damn it. Did I really do that? I did, didn't I? I remember one of the items going like, hey, this isn't a loadout. Sure about that. And I thought, wait, didn't I already overwrite it? But then I actually marked it for deletion. Because yeah, we had a max stat at 1 with crit damage there. So Heartbreaker on the map. We're gonna go and solve that while we're just running around. It is nice that nowadays you can go to Brooklyn and check the target that's there as well. Because yeah, these two zones wouldn't show up in the past. Oh, yeah, that's fine for now. We'll get that fixed. I can always craft as well. The only thing where overdogs get lot in easily. And some of the reds. Yeah, let's see. I want to actually like use the cheese method to level those guys. But what if we do this? Just still cheesy, but less cheesy. Yeah. Well, let's put this back to our normal outfit. Because I wouldn't mind leveling the guy. Or guys. And yeah, the thing is, Overdogs applies, Eclipse Backpack applies to them as well, making them quite a bit stronger against. And then yeah, Shroud also applies, but I don't want to take Shroud. I want to shoot myself as well. Didn't I have? No, I have DOA here. Nice. But yeah, let's make this guy come back out. Let's see about getting the medic a little higher. Actually, wait, what did they even... Did they get more? Okay, so 12 meters on expiry emits a shock pulse. Ooh. Triggers a expiry under shoot. Okay. Oh, and fires explosive ammo. Okay. Oh, it's for the rocket launcher. That's kind of useless. Although their health and armor goes up as well, right? Oh, does it? Should check at some point. Yeah, let's go. Let's just go do DOA. Did they actually have because they put out Cure weapons beacon. Ah. Oh, did they put a okay? Nice. Because yeah, they finally for the season as well. They did like the fan kit stuff again. So it's a cooldown on this 42 seconds. It's fine. Yeah, let's see how this goes actually, because also this isn't a very strong build, so I might be biting off more than I can chew here. Also, that's kind of the idea here. I'm gonna weaken myself and kind of beef up the guy, and then hopefully he can get some kills. Because if I'm just running a whatever build, it's I really don't get much. Oh, come on. Really? One shot hit there. Come in. I didn't notice actually there was a range meter there. It was always there, right? But just never noticed. Paid attention to it. Where did I get the outfit from? I went to Yannick and I stole it from him. Don't tell him. It's from the premium season thing. So there's the this one. It's $30, but it contains the season pass, so that's basically $10. And then it has $5 worth of premium credits if you use that, so it's basically $15 for the outfit and 20 skips. I always buy that premium one just to get all the outfits. It's only really worth it if you really care or if you really like the outfit. Downside of it is one piece, The only good thing about that though is that it is the neck is actually in a lot of the outfits recently, like the neck is pretty not pretty. Doesn't look great. Oh well, usually there's like a bit of exposed neck and stuff. On this one there isn't. But yeah, it is a one piece thing. Oh well, one piece and gloves. Oh, I've done the mission already. Oh, okay, nice. We don't have to loot then. We'll go even faster. You even got a kill or help with something? No. Although, well, one thing maybe. You want to do something useful? At least the assault guy kind of always is assaulting. Medic isn't always medicing. Oh, okay. I assumed you knew. Oh yeah. That's why it says laser marauder approaching or whatever it says. And I'm just leaving mostly the killing to my ally. Because I don't want to cheese him with the revive thing. But also, yeah, if you those that do want to cheese it, feel free. Because you can just grenade yourself outside of a safe share or a safe area, and then run back in, get grenades again, go out, grenade yourself again. I should give up the obliterate actually on the chest. Believe in you. Shouldn't have believed in you. You can do it. Medic, he's our man. He can't do it, somebody else must. It's cheerleading here. Does night vision work? Yeah, so it goes down in like dark areas. You're likely nothing's to. But yeah, when it like I should hear mine. Yeah, so goes down and then you even have like a little bit of green glow on the face. But you have no control over it yourself. Because most of the night vision goggles kind of work in that same way nowadays. Do it, medic. believe in you. Break that Hippocratic oath. I mean, who likes Hippocratic oatmeal anyway? And you're just feeding this guy kills. It would be funny if they gave the companion another, like in the damage stats. They should have given him like his own box. How much the companion did. Oh yeah, we had to loot everything, right? Those were teams for raids and incursions. Definitely. So some of the discords are pretty active still for that. Thing is also you can always join. There are some active clans that do it, and from that, but there's also some places where you can sign up, and they are more about like helping new players get through the raid, or people interested in them. Not per se new, because quite often people that have been playing for years, but then never done the raids. Kind of depends also, for instance, yeah, on system a little bit. Done healing max. Oh, you put it over there. Okay. Thought they would always put it underneath me. I was trying to get him to come over to me. He's still over there. Just close the distance. I feel this guy needs to watch my toolbox videos. Which system are you on, Gucci? Because especially on PC, for instance, you can, although, well, for instance, GC Rock is on all systems, him and his compatriots. So is Tickle, I think. But for instance, on PC, Toasty, although more so Iron Horse, not so much Dark Hours, but they do community runs for that, where you can kind of sign up. Because there's different ways of getting to it. So if you want to run with like a community run thing, where basically, they just take you along. But especially on Tuesdays and such, just going, for instance, onto the Reddit Discord, the unofficial Discord, there's usually like a bunch of people just kind of LFGing for the raids. And then especially on usually Tuesday and Monday. The first day and the last day. It's usually busy. Wait, is it targeting him? No, it's targeting me. Set everybody on fire. At least, in this setup, this guy does a decent amount of damage with the overdogs applying and the Eclipse backpack, as long as their state is affected. Busy. So overall, that's usually the easiest one, but yeah, especially a bunch of the discords. And then, you also always have the option of just trying to find an active clan. So for instance, in the official Discord and in the Reddit Discord, there is like clan recruitment channels. And you could see about finding, an active clan there, especially some of the bigger ones run raids still very consistently. Shoot. Shoot. How is this thing still doing I mean, overdose is the answer. How's this thing performing so well? Let's fucking redify. Although this thing is not that horrendous, actually, in the large scheme of things. Because at least it still has a damage bonus through the backpack. Yeah, I know. Indeed, GC Rock is, for instance, as well a place where you can kind of sign up and such. I will recommend as well. Friend of the channels. Also, yeah, for instance, Dark Hours, I can also definitely recommend, or Iron Horse, Toasty, a fellow streamer, but he's usually streaming way earlier than I am, for instance, here, so it depends on the timetables and stuff as well. But they every Friday do Iron Horse community runs. Shit. Thing is, at least with a drone or a turret, whenever they're kind of, you know, at least if they have line of sight, they'll shoot. This guy is so often as well. Wait, that was a rusher? Oh, there. Couldn't figure out where those shots were coming from. Killer medic. Killer. Goodbye. Who's your goodbye? Medic's like, lady, I'm a fully trained soldier. I don't require any patronizing. Actually, I find it a little offensive. There's another one. I don't know about to check this one. Well, no, that's the thing, of course, is joining an actual active clan on stage. Because, yeah, there's a lot of clans around and, you know, are no longer active. But for instance, yeah, with GC Rock and stuff, to be clear, like, that's not a place where you have to join their clan or anything. You can just sign up. They just do runs basically every... Oh, that's what's happening. They're getting locked out by the gather. And then it just pops them away. Okay. But you can find all the things and stuff as well in their Discord. So if you search in Discord for like the openly visible Discords, GC Rocks one is one of those. Like through the Discover thing, you just search Division 2 or GC Rock. But I can basically just sign up, and they have teams that just run it. That's what they do, like for a lot of stuff. Just like they just run it a lot, and they have like 7 of their players. And they each time take one person through, just one at a time, so that they can have an easy time. And they just help you get through it. And it's not like it's only there to help people. That's their goal. They just like helping people, so they do. That was one of my favorites of all time. Heartbreaker one was broken? No. I mean, I'm very partial to Eclipse. But not this, but just Fire Eclipse. I just enjoy kind of playing something different. I'd have to say there was something about the, like if we're talking builds that maybe as well don't exist anymore, but still like Eclipse over that. Eclipse over. But Hardwire, the way it used to be in year one. Hardwired was basically the way that Seeker spam is now, but then the Seekers were 10-fold better, 15-fold better. On this guy. Just come. What would I tell you? No, I got screwed then. Like I want to get him closer before I spawn the next wave, but Bastard doesn't want to. What? Did you get all the way over there that fast? Oh. What? I didn't chain you? Really? Nah, come on. Go away. I mean, I get it. I'm a weak build, but really? I didn't chain you? Yeah, man. Go kill her. At least we made it through, no wipe. But yeah, that Seeker, like that setup, because I still like the Seeker spam as a build. It's just not as effective as that used to be. But I was like rotation kind of build, where you kind of have to get in the flow of. I mean, it still is, where you like Seeker and then. Oh, we're not in combat. Although we can be, of course. No. What you think then? Okay, now he does do it underneath me. Okay. Here's a Z. Sure, 2 healing boxes. Can I? Eh, don't last long. Let's try to cheese it there, or see if we can. Because in this room, of course, we can continuously get. Although disrupt might be easier, so we could actually maybe use that one area where there's that disrupting, if we wanted to get it done. Yeah, okay, so yeah, whenever he's getting like outside of the gather, and then it's here, and then yeah. But I can't trigger him here, actually. Actually, is it maybe just in the trigger areas you can't have him? Yeah. Or in the gather? Nice. So, sorry, is next last one. I mean, that's usually how it will go, indeed. The last one is the hardest, of course, because otherwise you would have gotten it already. It's kind of in the name. The last one. But yeah, it's... At least you got it. Yeah. It was a good reminder as well of like anything works on heroic. People are like very proud of like, yeah, I can get a mission done on her. Yeah, so can this. Very easily. I was even sandbagging there to try to get my ally to get some kills. Yeah. Let's actually, so wait. How much did you gain? Okay, almost 200, okay. 190. That's not too bad. Because that means that, you know, it's the first week and we're going to get them done. Although 23 minutes for district, yeah, that's slow. Yeah, let's actually see. Because one thing I wouldn't mind is actually unlocking the full season thing, and then we can start claiming everything. Especially I want to just get that last apparel set. Actually, this one kind of think looks pretty cool. But yeah, let's just bang out some priorities. Let's actually keep re-rolling a bunch. 548. Potomac or Bank. Both are... Although Potomac isn't bad. Bank isn't too bad either. We can take the uninvaded. Or maybe we take the invaded. Is the invaded worth more? No, right? Let's do the invaded. Is this never turns any good? Not particularly. Make it better with an overcharge. Nah, also again, not particularly. The thing with it is that, well, mostly it just doesn't have the DPS, so it is kind of okay if you're like consistently headshotting with it and such. But most of the, but that then also means that you're kind of like aiming to where it's aiming. One of the nice things about just the turret and a drone, and that's why it's like the go-tos, you know, outside of like fire cam and high for eclipse or mortar builds with mortar and stuff, or seeker spam with seekers. For most like just skill damage builds is mostly turret and drone, just because also how consistent they are, and you can kind of just let them do their thing. You can put a turret on one target, put a drone on a different target, and you shoot a third. Because a sniper turret kind of needs quite a bit of kind of just micromanaging. Because usually as well, if you kind of like, you know, if you're shooting at something and you then use a sniper to kill it, now you have to find a new target as well. It's just kind of annoying. It's definitely not also horrible. It's definitely usable, but yeah. I'm just on heroic, but yeah. I'm mostly trying to get this guy to get more kills than me. That's also why I'm running a build that is not really great. But the Overdogs applies to him. The Eclipse applies to him if status affected. So that's why I'm running this. That's still working. I just got the game. Too late for it. Yep, it's way too late. Better No, the game's still going, and actually still basically actually in one of the more stronger periods of it. Earlier this year, it got a DLC after quite a while. Not a humongous one, but still, you know, a new map, new places, new things to do. And I wouldn't say there is a too late for this at all. Like, it's definitely still very active, and you can find some people, and there is, you know, we just got a new season, for instance, with new stuff to play around with. Definitely plenty to do. It's mostly more, do you enjoy third-person shooters? Do you enjoy looter shooters? To me, Division is kind of one of the best in both categories. Like, it's one of the best third-person shooters. It's one of the best looter shooters. Because those are also not per se for everybody, man. If you enjoy those kind of games, yeah. I wouldn't say this has low player base. There are games of similar ilk, of similar age that have way lower. As at most times, if you just like, you know, if you're matchmaking for Kantan or something, you will find the team any time of day. Because for instance, yeah, Division 1, for instance, I would say nowadays does have low outside of events and global events and stuff. But anyway, I should maybe take an EMP sticker or something. Where is this notebook? Ooh, wow, that was well hidden. Because he was standing there, but he was kind of like obscured by the kitchen he was in. And a black that's gonna suck because I can't set their warhounds on fire. Finish them off. Thank you. But yeah, mostly I'm trying to do that, like this guy finishing them off to get some of the XP. So that's why we're kind of going slows. I mean, if you're starting out, like Division actually has like a lot of content because they've been adding and adding and adding. So there's a shit ton to do, especially if you're new. Because, yeah, especially for, you know, I've been around for all the time of it. There is, you know, I've done at least everything once and stuff. But when you're starting out, there's actually, some would even say too much to do. Starting out, but it's also like not, there are some games that are kind of almost incomprehensible in trying to figure out what the hell they want from you. But Division still has especially has also a lot of resources you can go to, or just, you know, stuff like this of asking questions. I don't mind that, like, yeah, this week there are drops and stuff, so that usually drives the numbers up. But the Division, yeah, still has always been consistent, and even as, for instance, yeah, a decent community of Twitch streamers and stuff. Shoot them. Shoot them, my minion. Break your Hippocratic oath. Do harm. Forget do no harm. Do harm. Do harm and do up. Let's kill that thing. Division is always on sale. It's actually one of the issues I feel Ubisoft has always created for themselves is you can kind of expect their games to pretty quick be on sale, and then like most games are every other 2 weeks. Which is fine for older games, but basically everybody wants to just... I usually just wait for a discount or something to come up and then buy it. No, and this is, well, I mean, this year has been pretty, you know, starting with Brooklyn and pretty active several months. I'm actually even from the like the what's it called, shareholder thingy report, I actually pointed out of, hey, Division's doing good. So, which is a good sign as well for us. With So doing this one is half when I don't get a spawn and double when I have one. Have the spawn and double when I... Oh, do you mean when you don't have one? Yeah, no, that's yeah, these stats, unless you mean it differently, but yeah. So these stats, these bonuses are doubled when your player has no active companion. So if you don't have this, if the companion is out, you get 15, 20, 15. If the companion is... Basically, you can unequip them, but also in the group setting, you can just not call them in. And then it's 30, 40, 30. So... Or do you mean you have it for you? It's like doing it inversely. I haven't messed around too much with it, but for me, it seems to be working the correct way around. That's interesting. Keep in mind that the updating on the stats is sometimes wonky. So make sure that you're maybe at the range and then shoot and stuff. Or swap weapons and such. But sometimes it's like, if you're toggling it on and off and stuff, that will... Like a lot of the stat screen, like you can make it really weird if you add and remove stuff quite often. The easy way to check as well if it's that way or actually that way, because even if the stats doesn't, sometimes it doesn't want to update even. Shoot you know, the same enemy basically, and your one crit should be higher than the other crit, because you're getting or the one hit should be higher than the other hit because you're getting weapon damage. Well, it will be interesting if I haven't looked too much into it yet, mostly because my focus is on other stuff for now. We'll definitely deep dive into the modifier as well, especially kind of calculating out what each of the parts kind of can add. Could you feel when he's in our field of view, he acts a lot better when he's in. If you're looking at him, he seems actually a lot more competent. I wonder if there's actually something to that even. What are you? There's nobody there. A launcher to the face to stagger me out of it. Wait, who even? Go away. Right, the companions aren't the most useful. Position crafting materials doesn't have a lot of feedback. Despite having lots of crafting blueprints. Materials. So it depends on which one specifically, because each has different sources. So for a lot of them, yeah, if you can craft, that helps quite a bit. But starting out, you wouldn't be able to craft way too much because, limited resources and watch points and stuff. But especially for, you want to save your watch points, especially for field recon and shield calibrations. Tactical assessments and stuff you can craft once you have the blueprints, but these also drop from both retaliation quite a bit and also bounties. Also missions for some of the factions that have faster missions, like Lincoln for that. And then actually, if you need these crafting parts, these aren't per se worth craft, or the alloys and the weaves, you can just target that loot up and then just deconstruct. What you can also do is, if you really need a lot of them or something and you do have some watch points, you can buy them with credits and then deconstruct. You buy a bunch of chests, you deconstruct it, and then you get a bunch. And then for field recon itself, especially control points and DZ, landmarks in the DZ are pretty decent for that as well. But that's DZ. And then for HD calibration, countdown can be decent, but you can get basically 6 per run, which isn't a lot. Yeah, see something coming my way. Leave them on the sliver for him. Well, actually, the assaults is not too hard to level up. Follow-up shit. Going to kill him before. He's getting some kills here and there. That's 60 with The bleed is going to be always very inconsistent because of the diminishing returns thing. So every time you're getting bled, it's going to be different. You can't kind of go off that timing. But yeah, try logging out and then it might have broken in some way. Try activating and deactivating it again. And seeing if that helps. If you're trying to, like... Well, honestly, you know, if you can have the guy out and also have those bonuses, that's actually the better deal. Because you also still have a decoy. Although yeah, it might be worth it to turn off dialogue volume. Although the annoying thing with that dialogue volume, it is also not the chatter of the enemy. Because I do miss that here, kind of. Like a lot of their callouts. Especially for instance with that grenade launcher a second ago. It's like he likely did do a, hey, I'm grenading or whatever. But I couldn't hear that. Just one. Well, that's an interesting bug. One thing you can do if you are willing to, you can always take some screenshots and stuff and actually report it. Because I haven't seen any reports of like, not that I keep track of all reports, but I haven't heard anybody else bring up something similar yet. Doesn't mean this isn't happening, it's just I haven't heard of it. Doesn't mean much either. One thing to try as well is sessioning, just going to like New York and back or something if you haven't done yet, because just logging out and logging in doesn't per se purge those kind of things. It could put you still in the same session. Because they're definitely going to a different like map and back. That should reset you fully, unless it's something, you know, kind of. Actually, does this? Oh, well, no, the elevator is going to go up when I go up, right? When I go in there. Yeah. Hey, medic, deal with this. Got your friend. Bye. Oh, yeah. I love doing that to like other players sometimes, but. Because yeah, once I'm in the elevator, I'm immune. It's over. It can't attack me. Oh yeah, invaded. For this whole room, he's been a good boy. He's actually hitting enemies and stuff, so I can shoot them. Because once the ally, like once the companion hits someone, I can just shoot them and it will count as a assist. Oh no, was it the other one? Assist is when we're aiming at each other's enemies. Should have just special ammo on, so I get some of those, and then we can force him to put the box down, and then get some of the cleansing ones. Did I New York or something? No, basically just going to New York and back. Because that guarantees that your session gets purged. Because whenever you go, or offsite or anywhere, like basically just going to somewhere that isn't the DC map and then coming back, seeing if it stays. Because if that stays through all that, then that's actually pretty interesting. Reset percentage for 10%. On it. Oh wow, that's quite unlucky. I mean, no, at least it's like that's not. It's basically just a one-time, you know. It's because there's also not like, you know, guarantee of either or stuff like that. So. They wouldn't affect each other in that kind of way. Oh, this might actually be a good spot for you want to farm. Although if we're farming to that degree heals for this guy, we might as well just at that point. Might as well at that point just cheese him with the revives. There's one thing I can do here. Hey, go be super close to the enemy. Because here there's also a bunch of spawns. Even in range of that? No. Which does this heal actually? Nothing is the answer. So I should not die here. Shoot. No way, all the way. What's the AI on this thing? Believe in you. Believe in you again. All the belief. It's just very unlucky. Have you done your master? Because yeah, we could maybe try getting you your master if you want to. That's impressive to get that many, but yeah, that can happen. But yeah, no, the way that the roles and stuff work in Division is like nothing affects anything in that kind of way of like memory or something like that. It just every time you get to the end of it, there's just a random dice roll. Impressive. Yeah. But we were just reaching out with a ticket, making them aware that it can happen. Let's move with the equalizer overdock setup you showed on the calculator. I've selected them, but I'll wait. 58. Oh, so the 58 is with 3 crit damage mods. So you take 3 crit damage mods here, because nowadays, yeah, you can. You know, the crit chance and crit damages have been made equal. So 3 crit damage mods here, and then you basically take crit chance on the gear till 58. You can also take just the 3 crit chance mods there, and then just you will land on, well, 61, but then 60. Which is kind of likely as well, the way that I'm going to just for lazy mode set it up for myself as well, because then we can also just swap to things like Elmo or, you know, Elmo, Eagle, Strega, other stuff that has some crit chance. That guy. Hey, kill the guy. It's amazing. Ow. That's the downside of not having dialogue volume, because... Wait, is the flump on the grenade launcher also dialogue volume? It might be just dialogue volume as well. Yeah, it's silent. Wait. That explains a lot. It's the dialogue from the grenade launcher. It doesn't make the sound that it's firing. Where's the ceiling bags? You go away. Oh, just what is that? Elite box? Oh, okay. But that was just a red box. Screw your box. Guys, aiming that away and shooting this away. And nice and slow fight. Oh yeah, I'm just running this build mostly to kind of buff this guy. That's the idea here. That's also where we're kind of going slow, but hopefully getting this guy bench kills, so they get leveled. And they should have made it just based on our kills. It shouldn't be this. This is a bad system, I feel. Some shooting. Doesn't she jump down? Apparently not. Yeah, no worries. Facts. Send them. Yeah, you would wanna send it with some screenshots and stuff. Oh yeah, that was a priority objective. That's what we're doing this. Yeah, almost 90. 87. Coney or Jefferson Trade Center. Or let's just bash a few more missions out, especially with exotic components. Coney Island Ballpark. Nah. You know what? Although actually, wait. So how much did he get there? Oh, was it almost 400? Was it almost 500? I think it's almost 500, right? Or almost 400. That was 390 something, right? So that's about like 150 something. Let's just go back to the spearhead. I'm sick and tired of running a weak build. We're just gonna let's just go to a thick tank. Let me quickly get cleaned up and then yeah, let's go to Coney Island Ballpark. Yeah, but I actually I can check if here. Although, well, the guy's not out here. Right. So, although that would be the correct way around, right? So, I'll put some of these borrowed items away, and then. But definitely, yesterday I was playing with it, and yeah, we were in the normal way because I had to put my guy away to have full hazard protection because I was running same of running around with a backfire build for a bit. Yeah, let's go back. Because here it should be, and then here is ballpark, right? Try to also master. No. Yeah. Oh, were you on PC, Rob? I think you were, right? Because yeah, maybe not this evening, but I'll be up for. Well, actually, maybe we'll because that's kind of a plan of in the future. We might just actually add the master kind of with those as well, the master thing. Oh, that's still showing that, but will it still show it when I do this? Oh, actually, it's still showing. Wait, did this bug out for everybody then or something? Yeah, so it was definitely a different way around. Could other people check as well? Oh, wait, actually, wait. I need to, no, I need to do it like this. But then, he just goes away. Although it was, yeah, it was on 50. Okay, no, so now it's back to normal. Although, well, with him, it was also showing it, even with a re-equip. So if I now get him out, it still stays. Oh, no, actually, no. Wait. How are some of these 50 but not others? What? Okay, now I went to normal. Okay. Oh, there might be some update time to it or something that maybe got bugged out or something. Was it not 50? With the guy away? Although I had it there for a second as well. Oh, although yeah, so it's just taking too long to update there. So if I now go back, yeah, so it just was taking too long. That's also why halfway through it actually changed there. That's interesting. Well, no, they should all be. So hazard protection should feed, like my hazard, that's also what it was. It was just not updating. Like it had updated up to here, but then the rest, like while we were scrolling in. But if the hazard protection is 50, everything should be above 50. Or 50 or above, basically. Because that hazard protection should be 1 point into everything. But I'm guessing for you it's just always showing 50 and stuff, right? Well, yeah, for me it seems to be working. Well, on that first one, it looked weird. Yeah. Oh, I'm guessing then you're on the PS5. Yeah, you should try LFGing. Or also, for instance, I don't know, like not in that scene too much, but you might ask around to see as well if there's any people that are doing community run kind of things. Because yeah, for instance, on PSN, I'll maybe even like I know Little is on there. And shoot this guy. Left him on a sliver for you. And he might be willing to like help do a kind of carry run, basically. Leaving 2 enemies on a sliver. There we go. Kill them all. Minigun. Oh yeah, I'm even questioning it because yeah, that's the other one's amusement, of course. That's how to protect against immune. Yeah, it's basically against all status effects. Basically, each point of hazard protection goes into that. Underneath those disruptions, it goes into each of those resistances, except pulse. This pulse is special. Because even that is, for instance, I think where we use disrupt resistance for instance, in countdown. You can be immune to the disrupt, so you can still keep, foaming. Oh, weird thing. Are you still on that one guy? And you can go through the walls. Although NPCs can just go through those walls just whenever. And at least this guy can get some kills. Like, he's gonna be the easiest one to level up. At least without cheesing. Trying to just hit his backpack there. Let's hit a little bit more. And this kind of works as well. I can just leave him on a sliver and just, hey, you finish them. You know, serve them up on a silver platter. Because we're almost done there. Try some. Yeah, no, but you can have higher resistance than your hazard protection, but you can't have higher hazard protection than your resistance. The other way around is the impossible one. But also, yeah, just make sure that you don't have like more than you think you should have or something. Although, oh, yeah, I'll totally believe that it can bug out. And then actually be bugged out. Because there for me it was just visual for a second, but that wouldn't stay anyway if it was that way. If you go through maps and stuff, that would definitely reset it. Landed on my head. Mortars keep landing on my head. Finish her. Finish her. Finish him. Now finish him. Still not finished. Wait, it disrupted me there. Oh, my shield's borked. Oh, it's in that state. Wow, I haven't had this in a while. Yeah, it's getting staggered on the right moment on the shield. Like, my shield is out, but I can still run around. Although I think the angle of it is like tiny, right? When it's like this. Yeah, because I'm like taking health damage, but yeah, I can't pull out my shield. We can unequip and re-equip it, but I need let's not die here. Clear this out quick. Oh, and hey there, Sharky. And thank you so much for the raid there. It's always much appreciated. Hope you had a great stream and hope you had some fun. Maybe some loot. And maybe some shoot. Oh. You know, there's a slash in front of that. Oh, wait, no, I'm doing it extra wrong. I copied the whole thing. First one was me just, you know, thinking about it. Second was actually shouting it out. Yeah. Can I? My shield was bugged there, so I haven't seen that actually in a while. Where you just kind of need like perfect timing on it being pulled out while you're getting staggered. Oh, will we see Warhound on the mini on the laptop? No. It is just the boring human being. How boring. Sometimes you have a Warhound on that laptop and that makes them do a very weird like pose. This feels so weird, like not having the call out and everything. And 18 and 87. And it's shaky. Anyway, hope you had a great stream. And thank you for raiding this away. Over here, I'm just doing some priority things. We just recorded the beacon in-depth look as well. So I just did a lot of talking. So I'm just in a just chilling mode. Trying to level up this guy up. I am aware of the way to cheese it, but I kind of want to do it by hand and see how terrible it actually is. Although it's not that terrible as well. Like in the first week, we're going to get this done, which means that it's well doable. Because he'll stay leveled for the rest of the season. I'm kind of feeding stuff to him on a silver platter. I get the feeling our little drone lady has not gotten the message that this guy's on our side as she dropped like 3 mortars on his face. Because also that was like, wait, where are you? Yeah, none of that. No, thank you. Yeah. One too many. Because there need to be his kills for him to get XP. Also, I'm going to guess actually the rain here in the same way that affects turrets and enemy NPCs. It's likely affecting him as well, actually. That's almost a fiction. I mean, you've got 8 other items. So, but yeah, it's just quite unlikely, although maybe something is broken there. No, I've definitely seen people talk about doing it on heroic and getting their Tempest that way. So it's at least possible. Because also, yeah, keep in mind that the 7% is a 1 in 14 something, so. It's even above a 1 in 40. Okay. Doing too much damage. The companions active square sometimes different symbol. That's but sometimes it's different. So that's whatever guy you have at. So when I have the assault guy out, although I can't equip it now, but yeah. So if it's a wrench, it's engineer. If it's the healing thing, it's the quick fix guy. It's the medic. Hit the wrong target there. Sure. So now I have the assault guy out again. Kind of want to see if we can get this guy to level 3. That's the end of his journey anyway. And also this guy is kind of the guy that's most about shooting stuff, so he actually does it decently well. He does decent amounts of damage and Also being an AR from a decent enough range. I feel when you're looking at him, he's actually smarter than when you're not. It's just kind of a weird thing to like target somebody else and then just look at your... Because I feel when he's in our field of view, the game actually gives him more... Seems to be a little bit more consistent with him. Also facing dependent. Yeah. Completely different icon. Oh, just like the guy. That means that it's not your guy. That's only in groups. That's the one you mean. So when it's just like like a target, like an upper body of a target, shooting target. I mean. But that's only if he's not out and you have the UI up, or if you're in a group setting, basically one is out at a time. And then if it's not yours, you get that icon. And then with a timer with it, because you can every 90 seconds, somebody can call theirs basically to swap. It's a weird way of doing that, honestly. All yours. Oh, it's over there. Oh, you can actually target them onto the generators? That's actually... Oh, well, it wouldn't matter here, but... Good thing you at least can. Oh, well, turret and drone would as well. It's you would too. Just give me some stacks. I'll just toss that in the stash and have it go. The next time we do a cleanup. Yeah, I get the feeling the rain is affecting him too here. Oh yeah, of course. I'm like, why no boss call out yet? Well, first of all, because the boss isn't out yet, but also we're not gonna get one because even if he is out, which he was actually, it's the downside of having dialogue turned off, but this guy is too annoying. Really gonna heal right in front of me. You know what? You have the boss skill. No. Okay. Wait, how many med packs do you have? Why do you have more than one med pack? Fine, I'll kill you. Do it. I believe in you. Let's do it with a rocket. You know what? Explosive crescendo. You suck. But you're at least almost level 3, okay. KGB again was in there for a bit. Rank strike there, and that's with just CP. It's okay, just didn't do enough damage. I mean, yeah, you can't. This guy is like a drone. Like that's the level of his damage. Thing is, they can't be too good. Like if they're too good and they're running the mission and you're just, you know, you're the support, like that's then you just, you know, go to a control point and just go make a coffee and then and then it's over by the time you get back. Because they're basically like an extra 6-tier drone with us. Like by itself is not the worst deal. And yeah, you can always turn them off for double stats. Although for some people apparently turning them off gives them single stats, and then with them on they get double stats, which a little odd. But. And he said, Jason, they mean brand set or gear set? But it's two different things. Although I'm guessing gear set because the brand set doesn't have a backpack. But yeah, the backpack on the companion is competitive. It mostly opens up because it's not per se outright better than vigilance, but it opens up Tinkerer and because you don't want to take the chest at all on the gear set. Like the gear set's chest is kind of like negotiator, like it for the cost of a chest talent, like what it does is just not worth it. But then the backpack is actually, because you could definitely make a case for vigilance, and that would also be the thing if you want to go too high ends. Honestly, I would just go vigilance backpack. And then, yeah, just try to keep the vigilance up with well, yeah, you can take a shield as well with it, so maybe because the vigilance really helps it at the start to kind of have a little bit more oomph. Because at the start it's kind of weak, or feels kind of weak. But the backpack is good enough to take, to especially push towards, yeah, having Overdogs in there, or having Tinkerer in there, or Centurion, or other things, Coyote even. So, and the hyenas are pissed off at me. Actually, we did, although, well, let's see if we get, because mostly I'm just doing priority objectives. This is title, right? 920. No, that's zoo. If it was title, I would have maybe taken it. 320 was descent. One loop descent for an exotic item. Nah. That's capital. 706 is DARPA. You know, a quick exotic item. I'll take a quick exotic item. Let's go to where my bottom is foggy. Take me down to where to the foggy bottom city where my bottom is foggy. And the girls are also foggy. Or they have bottoms. Anyway. And then we'll just go directly over there instead of following Isaac and going like half around the city. Look at that. No, I was weakening them so this guy could kill them. Not that rusher. Hello? Assault guy. How are you even there? I wasn't even there. can do it. I believe in you. So one of the things you can do actually, like if you want to level them, there is actually a cheese. You can just grenade yourself. Every revive is 15. But yeah, you can basically just go, well, outside of the White House. I think this one is better though. You just go campus, you just run outside the gate, grenade yourself, you get revived, grenade yourself, get revived, grenade yourself, get revived. You run out of grenades, you just run in, just barely. The second you basically put the gun away, you get restocked, you run back out. Honestly, oh, you could even do it here actually. You could do it at that one bounty spot. Actually, because that's within there, but you still have actually your gun and stuff. Like they're actually, are there other spots like that? There are edges to castle where there's the same thing as well, actually. But then you could just stay in the spot. But yeah, you can do that at White House as well. If you just take the exit here and you just exit out and then you just run in, run out, run in, run out. When you run out of grenades. And every time you get 15 XP. Which means, how many? So 30 for 105, right? No. Got 15 XP, so wait. 7 for 105, right? So 70 times for, I mean, well, no, because it's like 60 something, but less than 70. So that still is pretty slow. Get your bed. Oh, there's a name group here, isn't there? Oh, I spray. Rusher out of nowhere. Kill that one. Rocket launcher that guy in the face. Oh, you're down. Oh, no, you're not. Why can't I? Okay. What are you? What are you and what do you do? Ah, yeah, no grenades. Thank you. I found like for leveling them and stuff, like the grenades actually kind of suck because they'll throw grenades and actually not shoot, which it's painful. A liberté. I'd rather have a liber coffee, but I'll take a liberty. Dad jokes. 829 is Ruzi. No, 829. Wait, what is 829? No, 829 is Ruzi. What's Ruzi's targeted? It's like this. None of it's something to propagandas. Result isn't bad, but also meh. Two propagandas. Why am I looking at it like that? here. Oh, most of the zones that would have propagandas are just green. Is it that one's there? Oh yeah, let's go for that one. Although as well, even nowadays, like zoom out like that as well. Fix that up again. Oh, with that convoy coming through, screw that one. Let's go for this one. Oh, you fixed the problem. What was the what helped? Just go. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, welcome in. Oh, actually, I still haven't claimed. You know what? I keep forgetting. I still haven't claimed my own. Even though actually in my case it was granted to me. Even. Okay. Push strong buttons. Oh, you were in a I mean, oh, okay. I assumed you had tested for that. Because yeah, in any shared space or anything, they cannot be out. So. That's why I also went like to a place where there was combat. Where there was combat. Shit. Shut up, me. Shut up, me. Push strong button there. No, not channel. Oh, no, I do need to go to channel and then, or well, actually no. Go to channel and then, or well, shut up me again. You know what I can do? Well, as well, for the drops, just in case for anybody that's in here. For those, be sure to link your account. As it says there, you need to link your account with that first link, and then you can, after watching, claim on the second link. That's also I used it there just to claim those here now. Here's actually the Z. We'll see here how long it takes for them to pop up in game. But sometimes it's almost instant. Sometimes it like takes an hour or two. I'm guessing likely there's just a system that's just queuing stuff and just sending them out as it can. But I'm curious this time claiming them like super late as I am, if it's like gonna give it in like a minute or so. I can give it instantly right now. But especially be sure to, link your accounts, because otherwise it doesn't work. But that's a given. Anyway, you just need to do it once. Nah, don't want that guy. Or mini tank. Why are there so many extra patrols here? And you have a lot of resistance? Well, so do I. But then through through shield and bonus armor. Yeah. But yeah, glad we figured it out there. Lead enemies on a sliver and then shoot. Get him, boy. Get him. Whee. It's like training a puppy, except in the art of murder. Go get him, boy. Go get him. Go get him. That's one propaganda. This one's easy. Oh, actually, this is quite often aggro's that. Actually, that's a lazy one. Let's go from here. Well, we'll see how much longer we go. Definitely after the stream may want to not make it too late, and I can maybe still stitch that video together, the beacon one, for tomorrow. That can go up tomorrow then, and then tomorrow we just put our focus fully towards unit again for the second part around that, which is mostly going to be just a bunch of different builds and just looking at if unit is unit up or unit down, especially on a bunch of builds where we have it not on the chest, especially. Like, I'm also curious about yeah, let's deal with this. I might disrupt it. Oh, okay, I did run through a EMP grenade. Okay, I might. Oh, that one's on me. Okay. I forgot. Okay. But yeah, I should actually try getting a backpack. The dumb thing was, like, on the first day of the new season, I saw a pretty good backpack. I was looking at it and going like, yeah, I'm not gonna use this anywhere, right? And I didn't dig it out. I totally should have. We'll have the blueprint as well. Worst case, we can just sit there and craft for... sit there and craft for it. Because I have a bunch of credits on a bunch of characters anyway. And just buy and deconstruct. Actually, in the open world, I haven't paid attention. Do Black Dusk and True Sons fight each other again? Because of course for a while, or well, at least, you know, they changed it at some point when they kind of had the Anderson truce. But yeah, the Anderson truce is now over. It'll be interesting to try to spot, especially maybe like a True Sons convoy going through a Black Dusk something. See if they fight each other. This guy still fires his... God damn it. Really? All of that didn't stagger you? Kind of like the just silly mechanic there of just trying to weaken enemies and just leave it to... Oh, wow. I was about to say, shouldn't we be done by now? 999. 999 XP on the wall. 909. You take one down, you pass it around. Wait, now we have less XP. That's not how that works. Yeah, let's see where it sends us now. 487. 487 is ballpark or trade center again. That's the cent. I feel they really should show your skip, and if you're like your timer for the skip, because if this is let's see if it's trade center. No, it's that again, so screw that. Okay, but we had a skip, so good. 367 is summit, right? Yeah. Capitoli. Capital is long. It's Manning. And that's this one again. Okay, let's swap characters then. Because that's also always an option. No, but you know what? Let's get like the one kill that this guy needs. Where is everybody? Kill that man. Eee. I kill that man. See what you are. God damn it! Do I have to do? I would have to do the whole thing right now. So turns out I don't care what you are. I don't care what your traits are. Okay? Yeah, let's swap characters so we have other priorities. Objectives. So that's one of the benefits sometimes of having multiple characters. If you're really just intending to bang out priority objectives, you can just run out and then just next. Did I have any borrowed pieces still? No, right? No. Oh, yeah, let's go. Either concentrate company or just bestie. Although bestie is going to steal the kill, so let's go concentrated company. If we're letting them get the kills anyway. I'd get some stacks out of it. The items showed up. Do they go to the mailbox or do they? Because the caches definitely do. No. Oh no. Keep in mind with these caches, especially with exotic caches, these are 0 weight items, weightless items. So if you get any exotics out of it, even if it's like not as long as, especially gear, for instance, you can just keep it and replace an item. And these items are basically weightless. So you would save a space in your inventory as long as you don't re-roll them. So for weapons and stuff, you have to watch out, or you need to get them with dedock, because otherwise it's still useless. You can't reconfigure them without losing their trait. But kind of like with the Lexingtons are, you can just put them in the stash and pull out, and like it doesn't take up a space in either side. So these caches are actually kind of worthwhile sometimes. I'm gonna keep them in there because I want to make a video that is gonna include those two. Then at least I have 2 takes available as well. Because yeah, well, and then we'll have that ready for whenever drops happen again, because I've been meaning to quite often. Yeah, let's have... I know, so this guy is now level 3. Let's get this a quick fix up maybe in a little bit while we're doing... Oh, okay. I'll take a quick exotic. Oh. I mean, that's still a quick exotic, although it's nighttime, so... But yeah, give us a supply drop. This is the reason I do have my New York, and also actually my Brooklyn green. If we get supply drops, if we get hostage rescues, I just go over here. Because those kind of things spawn a lot more in when your world is, green, as in have captured the control points. Well, at night, supply drop. Do supply drops even spawn at night? I mean, they do, but not as frequently, right? Well, nothing spawns frequently at night. Let's go kill those guys. Especially supply drops will usually not spawn right when the map is kind of loaded in, so I'll just go do something. Actually, wait, do I even in here? Because that's beacon, unit, concentrated. Or bittersweet, well, that's the other order. And then likely journey caches. Somewhere in there. Between. Command link. Ooh, yeah, we still have the yellow stats. Wait, I'm forgetting something in there, aren't I? No, journey modifier. Oh, well, beacon is done now. Hey, you, go over there. Be my decoy. I'm getting stacks. You always have to check at the start you are or not, because yeah, concentrate sometimes bugs out, but if it does, it's just unequipping, re-equipping a piece. Basically, if you don't see that bar underneath. It's annoying, but hopefully they fix that. Umbra used to have that for the longest of times as well. Oh yeah, they spawn right here, don't they? So I should plug that in. I'm not even solo with enough kills. Because I got like half stack there from one activity, although public. Sure. That extra crit really helping out. And I'm not going to pick up bannies in New York. No, any... Okay, supply there. Any better ones? Nope. Let's go from this. Because actually with this... I mean, we can check after. Guard spaces will eat the stacks, right? I did notice today, because yeah, it's like a few days after. In Dutchland, you have Sinterklaas, which is just like before Christmas, the thing that needs to happen before Christmas, which is kind of basically quite similar to Christmas, gifts for kids and stuff. But like. Literally, like on the 7th, like a day after, it's kind of over. Instantly, all of the supermarkets are also now in like Christmas music and stuff. It's just like, god damn. Tacos. And too bad that shop is destroyed. How did I get up there? I feel the drone is a better companion for getting stacks off of. At least if the drone is kind of shooting in the general direction. I can at least get 2 stacks out of it. One for me and one for the drone. For a second there, I thought it was Malaying me. What? Wait, when was I health gated? Oh my god, oh, Really? You was just sitting back there doing that? What a dick. Yeah, medic versus medic. Medic wins. Hold that for a while. But also just that for a while, so. I'm definitely super low on exotics again. I don't even have enough for one item to 30, so. Let's take it back to DC again. Actually, wait, let's get our thingy first. Priority objective. Give me a title. I wouldn't actually mind the title. I wouldn't mind doing the Pact climax mission for this is the Summit, right? Or no, the Summit. Okay. Oh. Although, do I want to do that now? Not particularly. It's kind of late already. But sure, maybe take it. Although, no, this wouldn't be the character. Fine. I got the thing I wanted and then I don't take it. Because also, yeah, this wouldn't be the character I would want to take for that anyway. Much rather have the Heartbreaker or the Striker Tech Tank for that. But they added a bunch of comms to that mission, so need to go do it twice to get the comms. Extra comms that it has now. Give me an activity. Although the annoying thing is as well, yeah, we went from map to map, so now we've lost our thing, our stacks. Oh, that's pretty. Still going? Well, how difficult of a piece is it? Didn't you say it's just a striker piece or something? Let's just assault that. Oh yeah, let me... We just need an activity. Hey, hoarder, buy hoarder. Could it be that with Krampus thing that they're not gonna do hoarder? Because I feel like the hoarder on Christmas is like that's his you know, that was his original one. Yeah, then he got a bunch of other ones, but Christmas with the hoarder is kind of like, that one needs to happen. And I feel super weak again. But at least I'm not bugged. Sure, just that was never gonna work out for me. Just disengaged. Why are these guys also so spread out now? Oh, Black Desk. Oh, there's hyenas, never mind. Normally this would be Truson, of course, but that's not the case now. And is there 7 spawn behind me? Oh, I saw them in the mini map. Spawning behind me. Oh, there it bugged that. Something to actually check at when it like bugs out like that, if it's visual or if it's actually. Oh. Because I just made an activity. $706. DARPA? Nah. Summit? Yeah. Capital? Capital takes too long. D-Way is fine. Yeah. Should I do the defense here? What's the target at? Nah. Yeah. Let's do heroic. Make sure we get a matchmate. Oh, okay. It's starting to get late in my. Oh, well, it's weekend. I mean, well, it's Sunday. I keep forgetting that's Sunday, actually. Feels like Saturday. Late for my own curiosity. Friday, right? Yeah. Friday, I'll definitely be away. I'll just strike a mask without. Shouldn't be. Keep in mind that you can also craft. And that one should be available to everybody. Actually, yeah, you know what? We'll have special ammo turned on, and I'll see about getting disoriented and letting this guy cleanse me. Cleanse me, companion. Sounds a little wrong. I feel. The drone doesn't get stuck here, right? I mean, guess it did there, but normally the drone can make it through there. No, it's still too fast. Should grab ammo at some point. We're going it. Yeah, it's a little late now. Now he's no longer interested in us. All of those actions should be just instant. You don't even be animation, just unlink it from animation. Just the second you push that button, just it spawns a health box. Definitely not having the best time stacking. Well, the medic also is just like the worst one for this. There might my drone kill him before. Have a chance to mark. Still gaining. I don't know, likely we'll finish off this mission and then we'll round it out there. Samurai Japan Can. Quite the name. The second actually we have even like another player It'll usually feel so much better. Thing is that I can also go for parity shots. Just, hey, if they're shooting at something, I'm going to shoot at that same thing, or try to. It's much easier to do with a human than with that NPC. Do I even have the damage to keep here? I mean, actually, yeah, right? Like, yeah. All the flame grenades. I feel his name is a Samurai Ninja Cats reference. Oh, fully stacked. It's just Japan Cats instead. Or maybe it's not, maybe it's just literally, you know. I like samurais, I like Japan, and I like cats. Could be. So I got my name. I like I like myself, and I like Kias. Which is also myself. You know, max stacks. This really does feel good. Yeah, it's not the bestie. Let's go for the crate back here. Huh. Finally, this guy is following. Yeah, we'll go out the window like the cool kids. Just to see what he's running actually. Oh, another. Okay. That might be a convert, I think, maybe. Maybe somebody from different system or something. That feels good. This feels kind of like a stacked striker. Stacked oblique striker. Which, yeah, kind of is. Which, you know, that's a pretty powerful build to be competing against. It just takes a while to get there, that's the thing. But then also it stays there for a while. Like even here, even going through this, like a striker would be empty going into the garage. I'm curious, I should kind of... I wish with all of these bars, they would just have an option to put numbers underneath them or something. Wouldn't be too hard from a UI perspective, and then just as a toggle, because I can get it from a designs perspective that you don't want to do that, but from a utility perspective, it would have been nice. just to be able to tell, like, hey, I have exactly, like, 78 striker stacks instead of like ballparking it. I know this guy's even taking a little longer. We're still like 28, 27 stacks ish. Three-man scaling. Because the pesty tick didn't change on it. The pesty tick on it was already a little lower than the Lingmo. That's full blast, although as well, here I don't have the graded pesty, so actually, now this will go over. But then I actually at full stacks, this thing will overtake the... This will overtake the Lingmo. But also we'll calculate all the stacks and stuff when we get there. I should have set my group open. It's a matchmaker stalled. Oh, I'm gonna feel bad actually, because that's the low level guy. Why are they still in that? Yeah. It's gonna get pulled here. But in a group setting, it's working out. I'm gonna go take this side. This might actually honestly become one of the go-tos for just doing like stuff in groups. Especially stuff like retaliation and stuff would benefit here. Oh, yeah. So long. There we go. Nice and simple. Clear. Look at this guy. GG. The Ound. Although I was supposed to see you around, but guess we'll see him around. Yeah, let's run to that there. Yeah, we're going for a while. Let's see, actually, we have available to maybe raid in a minute. Yeah, let's just raid Little Huge. As we'll send everybody over there in a minute. Just clean up here. As they're doing some raids, although 5-man ones apparently, because they're maybe setting up or something. Although they are at Boomer, so maybe not. But yeah, I'll send everybody off there in a second to Little Huge. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll see actually tomorrow what exactly we do. Hey, wait, let me check something. Well, exactly when is the drops? Oh, it's on 9th. Wait, this is still confusing. So by the look of things, the 9th, and then the night of the 9th. Okay. Now, I wouldn't mind actually jumping into Div 1 at some point. As yeah, we have the tomorrow starts the, which is weird as like, although well the Division 1 reset is on a Monday, so that kind of makes sense, but it will, or well, not actually, because some other things aren't. The weekly reset. Division has a lot of reset timers, but Mondays is, for instance, where it would start global events and stuff. So, but yeah, I might jump into Div 1 a little bit, but maybe more later in the week, because also I kind of we need to still do a lot, because we basically have one part of unit out. Now Beacon will come out tomorrow, and then we still have a second piece of unit. Bittersweet. Concentrated Company. And somewhere in there as well, we need to do the journey caches and also the modifier. So, and that's all before even like really starting to work on the build collection and the DPS tables, just updating them to the new style builds that we like nowadays. But yeah, I'm gonna start sending everybody off to Little Huge. We'll hit the raid now button, and yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Definitely not as early as today. Might be, although, well, no, we'll save that for Tuesday. I was going to say, might be able to do an afternoon and evening, but let's maybe save that for Tuesday. So likely tomorrow I'll just likely be an hour or so or two earlier than normal, and then we'll just have a stream, just getting some stuff done. Might jump to second account actually and get a weekly in and stuff tomorrow before the weekly reset. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. We'll send everybody off here to Little Huge to catch you all in the future. And as always, have a good night.
Tal, you're the only one that will be